One man is being victimized by our own government. One man whom they fear, yet whom millions love. One man who is willing to take the poison arrows of lawfare. One man whose voice has been taken away by a corrupt judge operating in a corrupt system. One man who has been ridiculed and insulted. One man who refused to back down. One man who refused to back down. One man who refused to back down. One man who stands between us and them. One man that wants to see America protected again. One man who wants to see America prosper again. One man who understands that a man is a man and a woman is a woman. One man who understands and protects the blessing of life. One man who wants to restore American exceptionalism. One man who once again wants to make America that shining city on a hill for all to see. A place where all the people of the world glowingly set their eyes upon. America. One man who unashamedly wants to make America great again. That one man is Donald Trump.
This is Fanfare with Barry Cunningham.
Okay, now, Joe, the numbers are coming out here. I'll hit the numbers. Durable goods, December preliminary, expected down 2%, comes in at minus 1.4, better than expected, but it is the weakest level, considering going back to October when it was minus 2.1. If you look at ex-transportation, this is a great number. So you can see transportation negatively affected the headline. This is 3 times expectations at up 9/10 equals July. To find a higher number, you're going all the way back to SEP of last 2024, not last year, 2024. And if we look at capital good orders, non-defense, ex-air, proxy for capital spending, double expectations at up 0.6. And if you look at shipments, they're triple at up 9/10 versus 3/10. And if we look at housing starts for December, a much stronger number. We're expecting 1,304,000 seasonally adjusted annualized units at about 100K, 1,404,000 on the permit side. Very similar, expecting 1.4 million, comes in at 1.448 million. So these are sizably better numbers on the permit side. That is a preliminary number, and in a bit we will see what Diana has to say about those rather robust numbers. If I look at the response in the marketplace to all this data, a half a basis point higher in yield in a 10-year at 4.6.5. It settled at basically 4.6 yesterday after the 4.1 intraday test. And 10s at 344, they're about a half a basis point hotter as well. It certainly seems as though the interest rate complex is really comfortable these days. Ranges are tight at a time where corporate supply, especially AI associated, is on the rampage. Joe, thanks for letting me talk a bit, and back to you.
You're very welcome, because when you talk those kind of numbers, I just smile. I just wake up in such a good mood when I click the button and start seeing what the financial markets look like. If you were kind of lost with everything that he was just saying, that's what I'm talking about. That's specifically the kind of information that you need to acquaint yourself with. It'll make your coffee taste so much better in the morning when you hear that the Trump economy is actually roaring. Before you venture into Facebook, before you venture into X, look at the real good news. The news that you're not going to see the panicans and black pillars talking about. They don't want you to know about it. And I look at that and I told Robin this morning, is like, how much longer can these people completely lose their integrity and credibility by trying to lower expectations on the Trump economy? And you know, every week, oh, we come in bigger. Oh, it's better. 1.4 million housing, 1.4 million. We are seeing numbers the Biden administration couldn't hope to match. Notice when he kept saying, comparing the numbers, we haven't seen this since X day. That's still within the Trump administration. The Biden administration, Obama, just forget about it. That stuff is ancient history. It's not relevant. So I'm going to have to get a button here, and I'm going to have to keep playing it. And that button's going to have to say, how the hell are we going to lose the midterms? I'm just saying, you tell me how we're about to lose the midterms. You see, what's about to happen, and I got some more economic stuff for you. What's about to happen is that people are going to begin seeing more money in their pockets, in their bank accounts. That's not supposition. That's not a maybe. It is actually happening. People are getting their early returns and going, oh, man, are you serious? Well, I guess the pollsters didn't foresee that when all of us were talking about the big, beautiful bill and how it was going to impact people come February, March, and April. The panicans didn't want to talk about it. See, these are the things that matter to people at their kitchen table. When people sit down at their kitchen table once a month or however you do it, and you look at what you got to push out versus what you bring it in, it has been a bad memory for people because they were just getting by. But now, as people begin seeing the difference, as they begin experiencing the contrast, what do you think is going to happen? You think they're going to give the money back and go, nah, never mind. I'd rather not take the extra money. I'd rather give it to my government. No, that's not going to happen. They're going to be ecstatic that they're seeing all this extra money. And it just is going to keep getting better. And so, you know, don't have the button, but Chink, how the hell are we going to lose the midterms? The only way I foreseeably could see they could lose the midterms, and we're going to talk about the cheating in a second, but other than that, it's people not telling others things are happening. If everybody over here can bitch and moan and complain about everything under the sun, and Dan Bongino sucks, and Epstein sucks, and all this stuff sucks. But notice, go through some of their timelines if you dare, and see if they're talking about the economic prosperity that Americans are about to or have been enjoying, including themselves. See, that's a whole other thing. You have to realize the people who telling you things suck and we're going to lose midterms are enjoying great prosperity. They wouldn't be doing it. They would not be making videos. They would not be talking on X. They got to go get a damn job. See, the more people, the more you see them talking on X, the more you can tell they're full of crap or stupid or both. You would not be sitting there putting out 100 tweets a day if you couldn't pay your bills, if those Elon bucks weren't mattering. There's all these kind of, tells. I play poker. There's all kind of tells with people. And if you look beyond the tweet and go, damn, if it's so bad, why are you on here every single 10 minutes telling me how bad it is instead of doing something about it? Because it's all a charade. The economy is roaring. It's not doing well. It's roaring. Listen to Kevin talk about it.
The New York Federal Reserve claims 90% of the tariff burden is being shouldered by U.S. firms and consumers, but the White House disagrees. Joining us now, White House National Economic Council Director Kevin Hassett. This will be, Kevin, good to see you. This will be a continuation of a discussion we had yesterday with Ambassador, with our trade representative, Jameson Greer, and we talked about whether some things are regressive, but we'll try to get into all of this. And we saw an inflation number last week, 2.4%. If it is being shouldered by U.S. firms and consumers, U.S. firms are eating some of it, or consumers it's being offset by something else, whether it's lower gas prices or something else, because just in the numbers themselves, that doesn't hold water.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah, I mean, the paper is an embarrassment. It's, I think, the worst paper I've ever seen in the history of the Federal Reserve System. The people associated with this paper should presumably be disciplined, because what they've done is they've put out a conclusion which has created a lot of news that's highly partisan, based on analysis that wouldn't be accepted in a first semester econ class. The bottom line is that if you're wondering, like, who bears the burden of something, of a tariff, then you remember, Joe, you got supply curves, demand curves, you shift them around, you got consumer surplus, you got producer surplus, and then you look and see how it all works out in the end. And they're basically only looking at changes in prices. So they're assuming that quantities don't move at all. But guess what? Quantities did move at all. So the basic theory of President Trump's tariffs is that we're importing stuff from China, but we got producers in the U.S. that make the same stuff, maybe at a slightly higher price. If we bring the stuff home, create the demand at home, then that will hurt China and drive up wages in the U.S., and American consumers will be better off. So what have we seen? Prices have gone down. Inflation is down over time. Import prices dropped a lot in the first half of the year and then leveled off. And real wages were up $1,400 on average last year, which means that consumers were made better off by the tariffs. And so consumers couldn't have been made better off by the tariffs if this New York Fed analysis was correct. It's really just an embarrassment. But I can't imagine who signed off on it, frankly.
But in the best case scenario,
I was saying, if I could bring it back and remember, was that as companies realize they're making money here in America, even if the tariffs get ruled by the Supreme Court to go away, there is no reason for them at that point to pull out, because they're still enjoying prosperity. And the more prosperity that they can enjoy here, they don't have to worry about the tariffs. Now, the other side is what I think is most important. The Supreme Court comes back and says the tariffs are indeed legal. You are going to see prosperity beyond anything you've ever seen in America ever. At that point, Trump is not going to have to raise a whole lot of tariffs. The threat alone that he could is going to cause many companies to open up facilities here. He won't even have to say, hey, guys, nope, don't say it. We're on our way. We're going to come cut a deal. They won't want the spanking. The floodgates will open. Prosperity will be flying. The Democrat Party will be at Trump's whim. The panicans out there won't have anything to talk about. You're going to experience more prosperity than you can even imagine if you participate. Not going to help you if you're on the sidelines. Not going to help you at all if you're on the sidelines. You have to get involved in it. And I encourage each and every one of you to really begin looking at this financial information. It's not as tasty, it's not as sizzling and scandalous as some of the other stuff that people glom onto, but it makes a huge difference. It makes the difference between how you're going to live your life and how you're going to be prosperous versus just sitting back and waiting for something to happen. I hope that we are incentivizing a legion of people who want to understand how prosperity can benefit their family, themselves and their family. And when you hear people like Kevin's going, these projections are off, they're not even close. We got 1 million plus housing starts. We got a new Federal Reserve chairman coming as soon as Jerome Powell is gone. Again, these are all skate to the puck ideologies. You all know this is happening. You know it's coming. You know the Supreme Court ruling is coming sometime soon. You know that there's going to be a new Federal Reserve chairman, and all you've got to do is make sure you're making the right moves. Be a Nancy Pelosi. You don't have insider trading opportunity, but you have, open opportunity if you just look. And that's one of the things I think people realize or don't realize, because they usually go to a job, they work 40 hours a week, they come home and they eat dinner, they kiss the wife, and they watch some television, they hang out with the kids, and they're not educating themselves as to what's happening. And this is the first time in my lifetime I can remember that a president and his administration are taking the time to show us. And as we see more and more of people who are actually wanting to give us the information, you have this at your disposal. And if you don't have it, I can help you. I can show you some other people that can help you. But it's worthwhile to learn this stuff because it's only going to benefit you. That's why I don't like talking about the Epstein stuff as much, because it doesn't do anything for me. And I ask you to look yourself in the mirror, say the same thing. What does it do for you? Just having curiosity? Just satisfying some innate anger? Or you want to help your family?
It's something in the middle. That maybe there are some exporters that have to cut prices, and therefore it lessens the impact of some of the tariffs. But there are certainly importers in this country that are paying some of the tariffs. And I'm not saying, my discussion yesterday was normally Democrats would be fine with corporations in this country somehow providing revenues to the U.S. government to be used to reduce the deficit, which is what is happening with some of these tariff revenues. But then we get to the sticky point about whether, when it hits consumers, whether it's regressive. And that's where Jameson Greer made the point that a lot of consumption is skewed to the high end. It's not necessarily going to affect low end, but it does affect low end people, Ken, because it's less services, it's things like food and other things that they have to have, and as a percentage of their income, it is probably it hurts them more than some of the high end consumers. Is it not regressive, the tariffs? Because they'll concede to you that taxes, let's raise taxes through tariffs, if that's what it is, but don't make it regressive.
What we've been doing is by congressional district, we've been looking at how much more money people have to spend because they're buying the normal bundle of goods that they need to survive, and how much money people have gained in the last year because incomes have gone up because of all of our great policies which are causing a business boom. And almost without exception, when you go look at it, incomes are up way more than the cost of living.
And that itself, that is the answer. Earlier in the sentence, he was talking about how much do people need to survive. I don't want you to talk about how much we need to survive. Just about everybody knows how to survive. If you can eat ramen and survive, you can have Spam and ramen 4 or 5 times a week and survive. What we need to focus on as a country and how we differ from the Democrats is, let's not talk about survival. We all know if we had to go outside and pick an avocado or a mango, I can survive. What we need to instill in people, and that's what Kevin was going, we need to instill in your mind how to thrive, not survive. You see, the more people who learn how to thrive, none of this stuff matters. The tariffs don't matter. And what he just said at the tail end of that was the most important part. Raising your income. How do you raise your income, especially if you're on a fixed budget? You pay less taxes. So when you see people getting the tax refund and there's no tax on tips, no tax on Social Security, no tax on overtime, when you see those things put in action, you're essentially raising people's income. So if for some reason the dozen eggs costs 20 cents more, you got the money. You raise the income level. We've always looked at it wrong. The Democrats have always looked at it wrong. The Democrats say Charlie can't eat, so you know what? We need to take it from Fred so we can get Charlie to eat. That's their answer for everything. You're seeing that with Mondami right now. These people here can't eat. We need to take it from you so that they can eat. Hey, how about you guys stand on principle and say, why can this person not eat? Why can this person not thrive? Why don't you take a prescription as to why these people can't function and prosper in the American society? They've never done that. They never will do that. That goes completely against any of their ideology. Here comes Trump and like, hey man, if you're eating tomato soup 4 or 5 times a week, we need to find out how you can not eat tomato soup 4 times a week. It's such a different, a simple but very different approach. How do we get more money in your pocket? And that's like the essence of the problem right now that we're facing between Democrats and Republicans, but people don't like to address that. It's you. It's each individual. If you're doing this, then you're going to be doing this for a long time and possibly for the rest of your life, which is what the Democrats want. Hey, I want, give me. And they, oh yeah, we'll help you. We're taking from, Fred over here. Here's some morsels for you. It's going to help you survive. And we're going to give you, some food stamps. And we're going to give you a phone. And we're going to give you an internet. But you're not giving me anything. You're taking it from somebody else. So why don't you become one of those people who are more productive? Well, if companies move to different areas of the country, which they are doing right now, then you can get a job as a janitor. You can get a job doing whatever you think you're qualified for. You can help get better qualified. And I think the entire contrast and change of perspective is not what John Kennedy said. Don't ask me for what I can give you. You should be telling us what you can give the country. I want to get off my ass and make it happen. And I don't want you to think for an instant that I'm speaking from a pious perspective. I've just seen it personally. I know this works. I'm living proof of it working. I know who's around me. I know what we're doing. I know you can do this. And this is man, if you don't take advantage of it now, you may never have the opportunity. Instead of being afraid of AI, you should be embracing it and doing everything you can to learn. It's free. It doesn't cost you anything. You can go on Gemini. You can go on Grok. You can learn all kinds of different things to become more proficient. I've never seen this much opportunity. I'm going to find out a way for AI to turn on my frickin' microphone. I got to solve that with some AI since there's nobody else in here. I think I know what the fix is. Never turn it off.
That's the real wage gain that this silly Fed study neglects to mention. And so the bottom line is that Trump policies are meant to onshore production and create jobs. And those jobs that we're creating are not for, Jeff Bezos. They're for the people who didn't have a job before. And so they're by definition the people at the bottom. And our policies are working. They're very clearly working in the data.
I guess at the very least, would you concede that there are global imbalances being addressed by the tariffs? That's one of the rationales for why the president put them in. But there are some negative ramifications for what happens in the United States. At least you'd concede that.
Well, there will be anecdotes. For example, there'll be a company that has a part that comes from China.
Some price pressure. There was an article yesterday. Not all the articles are wrong that criticize what's happening with tariffs. Some of these companies do plan to raise prices in response to some of the tariffs, which makes inflation harder to get down to 2%.
Right. But it's interesting, right, that everybody said that with these large tariffs that we'd have runaway inflation and stagflation. And as you rightly point out, we've had very strong economic growth and inflation going closer and closer to the target. And now it is true that we're seeing news stories that people say, well, we've held off on raising prices because of the tariffs, but we're going to have to now. I guess the question is everybody going to do that, or are some people going to do that, and the people who do that, are they going to lose customers to the folks who don't? That's what happened last year. I expect that's what's going to happen this year too.
Right. Hey, Kevin, when you do your own modeling of just how the economy will look over the next 12 months, how do you model whatever you think the AI implications are into all of this?
Sure. So, what I like to do is I like to start out with a guesstimate of aggregate supply and then a guesstimate of aggregate demand, and then see how they go. And so on aggregate supply side, I think we're growing at about 3% productivity. I think we're maybe getting 1.5% out of capital stock growth, the new factories, and maybe 0.5% or so out of workers and workers being more productive. And so that gets you aggregate supply to sort of 5, which is a really, really strong aggregate supply number. I think aggregate demand is probably running, given what government's doing, maybe around 7. And so I think that we are probably looking at a 2% inflation and 5% growth, something like that.
All right. So as he's talking there, and he's putting these numbers out, and hopefully at this point it's not causing you to gloss over it all. And you're understanding what's being said here. And the biggest thing that they're talking about is, again, how is it impacting people in the lower rung of society? Because CNBC, even though they report the numbers, they're still a liberal network. They understand that this really hurts the Democrats. They don't want to come across that this is working so well that the amount of people who are negatively affected is beginning to shrink. And that negative effect usually is going to happen against retirees, people who have limited income, people who have physical infirmities, people who have mental disabilities, things of that nature. But it's a smaller subsection of the country. It gets even smaller when we are able to show the retirees and fixed income people how they can make more money in their 401k and be more sufficient and live a better, more fruitful life. But everything that President Trump is doing, in addition to driving prosperity for a large number of people, it's reducing the amount of people who need public assistance. The smaller amount of people who need public assistance, the less taxation is needed from everybody else. And as I explain that, you're probably like, duh. Well, if it's such a duh thing, then you understand this is the backbone of the Democrat Party. They need a dependent population, a population that needs their housing, that needs their food, that needs their medicine, that needs their transportation. That's who they rely on. No, that's their bread and butter. So how do you break their bread and butter? Well, you're going to have to get your own food. You're healthy. You got to go to the grocery store, and you got to pay for your own insurance, and you got to pay for your own transportation. You can no longer sit back and eat bonbons and watch old Jerry Springer videos. You're going to have to go to work. Well, before they could fall back on, hey, there's not enough jobs. Now they can't do that either. And that's why you hear the Democrats talking about the warm glow of collectivism, because a group of people all pour together is what they actually want. And it sucks. And people get, absorbed by it because they look bad upon people who enjoy prosperity. You will be looked bad upon. Trust me. No matter where you fit, once you start, seeing that gas tank go up, you're going to have people pointing at you who are going to be complaining that you have money. Doesn't matter. The fact that you can, go to a restaurant, the fact that you can go to the beach, the fact that you can go on vacation, They make it seem like that's the privilege. I can't tell you how many people say to me, oh, you're lucky, or, you got privilege or this or that. And I think, what did you do last week? How many hours did you work last week? I'm talking to the people who want to complain. How many hours did you work? What did you do? What value did you provide to somebody else? They can't answer that. And so they can't answer it, and that way they can't compare themselves, because you, if you're watching here right now, I hope you're getting the incentive and the inspiration to get out there and make something happen. You don't have to start a new business. You can just begin looking at different ways that you can increase your income. President Trump is working on reducing the amount of debt and the amount of taxation you have to pay. Once you get over that poverty line and the government starts taking more and more of your money, that's when you start realizing, I need to make moves. Remember, I'll say it again, I'll say it 1,000 times. To avoid paying taxes is encouraged. To evade paying taxes is illegal. So the idea is, what do I need to do to avoid paying taxes? And then once you embrace that and realize I can do that, I can legally avoid paying taxes? Yes. What are you doing to avoid paying taxes? And if you've never looked at it and said, I can figure this out. And I think I told you guys a couple of weeks ago, I'll tell you, and here's an easy one to avoid paying taxes and in keeping your family prosperous. You can give money to your kids and your grandkids. It's that simple. That's a very simple one. Here, honey, you can have this. Tax-free in your household. Go look it up. There are so many different ways that you can do things, and you don't have to be a millionaire to enjoy certain tax benefits. That's another misnomer that the Democrats keep trying to say. They keep trying to tell you that all these tax breaks for the rich. Number one, define rich. And number two, define the tax breaks, and they won't tell you what those tax breaks are.
But we'll wait and see. It's really early in the year. But generally speaking, the productivity gains that we've seen have been very consistent. They've been in the threes, and when you have productivity growing in the threes, it's really hard not to have GDP growth that's north of 4.
This will continue, I guess, Kevin, because for as well as many things are going on in the economy in terms of new highs in the stock market and possible increases in GDP, unemployment, we're close to probably full employment, and inflation is 2.4. But I can't help thinking that some of the
wait, don't yada past that. We're almost at full employment. I don't see that on MSNBC. I don't see that on CNN. We're almost at full employment, i.e., if you want a job, you can have a job. How many people have you heard say that? How often is it said? We are at full employment. We have more jobs than people looking for them. It's full. We don't have any more people. So get off your butt. I'm talking to the people who have their hands out, and go get a job. Stop asking me and you to pay for their bills. When you hear this kind of stuff, we're at full employment. Let that sink in as you're talking on Facebook and X. We're at full employment. Oh, we're going to lose the midterms. Oh, it's awful. How? Because people don't want to work? Maybe that's it.
Of frustration with people with this economy has something to do with affordability, and it makes me wonder whether tariffs are hurting the low-end consumer.
I honestly Joe, I was just going to say that I honestly think that what we're seeing in the data, the latest surveys that we're seeing, the Michigan survey and so on, is
it's not progressive. You'll stake your life on it as a.
No, I usually don't like that survey. But what I'm saying is that the normal pattern, right, is that it takes a while for wages to adjust. Wages are sticky. In fact, sticky wages are a key part of every Keynesian macroeconomic model. And what that means is that people don't get their salary adjustment till January or February, or sometimes don't really understand the full after-tax implications until they file their taxes in April or hopefully early this year. And so one of the things that we're seeing is that real incomes are up, way up, after being down 4 years in a row under Joe Biden. They're up about $1,400 per year for the average family. And then when people look at their wallets, they think, oh, wow, these policies are working better than I thought. And then when they get their big tax refund because no tax on overtime and so on, I think that they'll see that their wallets are doing great at the same time that prices are stabilizing and going back to 2%-ish. And so, yeah, I think that the economic story is very, very positive, and that if you're worried about why is it catching up, it catches up because salary adjustments tend to happen in January, which is, right about now, people are seeing it, and we're seeing that in the survey data.
So true. So true. And right about now is when you're seeing this kind of stuff. We're waiting for Karoline. She has not come out yet, but wanted to show you this. This came out this morning, and it says, let me go to this one first. Early tax filers are enjoying bigger refunds compared to the same time last year, according to the latest figures from the IRS. Facts don't lie, because Republicans took action and passed the largest tax cut in American history. Working families' tax cuts are putting more money back in the pockets of the American people. I.e., it works. It's been working. Before she comes on, let me see if I can show you that full article real quick here. Here it is. It's right here. And it says the average tax refund is nearly 11% higher. Let me get the comment off the screen so I can read this to you before she comes out here. Wait 1 second. The comment. All right. Average tax refund is 11% higher so far this year. IRS data shows 11% higher. Early tax filers are enjoying the biggest refunds compared to the same time last year. As of February 6th, tax refunds averaged $2,290, up nearly 11% from the same point as last year. Average refund amounts are strong, the IRS said in a statement last week. Forecasters, and here we go again with forecasters. Where'd that go? Have predicted filers would benefit from larger checks this year due to a series of new tax provisions included in the One Big Beautiful Bill signed by Trump in July of 2025. One financial services firm, Piper Sandler, estimated the average payment would increase about $1,000 per filer. An extra $1,000 are what people are seeing in their refunds, which I hate the term refunds because it's your own money. It's just paying you back with no interest. $1,000. What do you think is going to happen as people get these checks or these instant refunds and they're like, whoa, I wasn't expecting that. You know what? Maybe I should just give it back to the government. Maybe I should just give it to the government and let them continue to take as much as they can from me. I don't deserve this, said nobody ever. Let's see here. Then this came out. CNBC says mortgage rates sink to the lowest level in a month, sparking more refinance demand. And so it's like basically everywhere we turn at this point, it's great economic news for people who are producers. The Democrats will say none of this matters to trickle down. I don't give a shit about the trickle down effect. I want to make sure that the bulk of the population and the people who are putting into this society, who are producing, and I'm not talking about retirees, you already did. You've earned every single dime that you guys have and more. You veterans, you put all the money in. I'm talking about the slackers. And when I sit back, I don't have to sit back because I see this every single day. I know that the mortgage rates are doing. I understand how the market is flowing. I just wonder if it's not being disseminated to more and more people. Because the more people who see this information, it's going to be hard for it to hide. It's going to be hard for the Democrats to basically get away from it. Here, let me show you this here. It says mortgage rates sink to the lowest level in a month, sparking more refinance demand. The average contract interest rate for a 30-year fixed rate mortgage with conforming loan balances decreased to 6.17 from 6.21. Applications to refinance homes rose 7%. 7% increase in people refinancing, taking cash out. 132% higher than the same week 1 year ago. Applications for mortgage to purchase a home dropped 3% for the first week and were just 8% higher than the same week 1 year ago. I know it's a lot to digest. I understand it's a lot to digest, just throwing so much at you in little over like 35, 40 minutes. But if you look at this stuff in contrast to what you're seeing elsewhere, you realize, or should begin to realize, how in the hell can we possibly lose? What? Everybody want to go back to how it was? You know, when I see the poll saying that, oh yeah, Biden could possibly win, he couldn't even win in the Democrat Party. They booted him. Am I overly optimistic? Let me ask you that question. Ask myself that question. No, because I can see what he did and I can see how things are flowing. And the only thing holding us back right now is people's lack of knowledge of what is happening before them. When she comes out here in a little while, I'm pretty sure she's going to be talking about some of these numbers. I'm pretty sure the second half of this show, we're going to be talking about election and his rally tomorrow in Georgia. And I don't even know at this point what the media is going to talk about. Even the Epstein stuff is getting a little old. That's all they can fall back on. Everything is looking good on our side. Let me take some comments while we're waiting. Oh, before we do that, I should probably talk about one of our sponsors while I can get it in here, because it's appropriate. Tax time. Listen up. Do you owe back taxes or have unfiled tax returns? Or have you filed every year, but you still keep owing more? Did you retire and suddenly get hit with a tax bill you didn't expect? Or are you a business owner with messy books and a balance you can't afford? Maybe you pulled money from your 401k or your IRA early, and now the IRS wants its part. However your tax issue started, the outcome is the same. Your balance is not going down. Penalties grow, interest compounds, and many of you are about to owe again for this upcoming tax year with no plan in place. Okay, so you got April 15th coming. Stop what you're doing. Give Tax Network USA a call. The IRS isn't waiting. The IRS is enforcing collections through wage garnishments, bank levies, and property attachments and seizures. They can even file for you without your consent. This is where Tax Network USA comes in. With over 15 years in business, there hasn't been a tax case they haven't seen or resolved. They specialize in tax controversies and help taxpayers nationwide get back on track by resolving back taxes and unfiled returns once and for all. Whether you owe $10,000 or $10 million, their team has resolved over $1 billion in tax debt. They can do the same for you, but you have to call them. They're offering a free investigation of your situation and call with the IRS. After that investigation, they put a clear case plan in place to resolve your tax problem and get you back on track. This is about using your legal rights to take control before the government sets the terms for you. Don't wait for another IRS letter or a frozen bank account. Call 1-800-958-1000, 800-958-1000, or visit tnusa.com/Barry, or you can just click the link in the description below. Karoline is still late. She's probably meeting with the president or something. So I'm going to get a drink, which you probably will hear me drinking because I'm not turning off the microphone, and I'll be back in 90 seconds.
to Fanfare with Barry Cunningham.
All right, so they're all getting ready in the room. They were flashing the monitors and putting their slideshows up. So maybe today we'll be able to actually see the slideshows while she's talking. That hum in the background is from there, not me. Hold on, let me go ahead and just kill their mic. So I killed their mic. Let's take some comments from you guys. Was that a slurp? Nope. My dad fought in World War II for the freedom we have today. I have worked for the Navy for the last 40 years. Let's keep our freedom. Congratulations and thank you. Breaks and vacations are good. Yes, they are. What else we got here? What upsets me is there are so many people telling us that the IRS is out. That is apparently a lie. I don't know what to believe. No, the IRS is in place. What I think is going to happen is they're not going to be as aggressive on future things, but once they've got their hooks into you, that could be problematic. Let's see. Lori, people on social media can be ridiculous. On X, I try to post silly things, so I'm not so serious all the time, really. Let's see here. Barry's eyes are on the economic puck prosperity. You know why? Here's why my eyes are on the economic puck is because I am no use to my wife. I am no use to my daughter or my grandkids if I sat around and wallowed like a Democrat. See, that's one of the things is like, I don't have an alternative. I have to produce. I have to make things happen. I know what, making sure she's happy and the kids are happy and Ashley's happy and Midas and Lily. I have obligations. I have mortgage companies. I have attorneys. I have to make sure that life continues and everybody around me gets what they're supposed to have. So keeping your eye on the prosperity angle, I don't know any other way. Why would you keep your eye on something that can't help you? That's why I don't want anyone ever to think I'm flippant about the Epstein stuff. I just know I can't control it. I can't do anything about it. I could scream at the top of my lungs. I can do everything. But it doesn't matter because I don't control that. And so I can say it's awful. I can donate money to causes. I can, but I can't do anything. So I have to let them do it. Whereas prosperity, I can chase that. I can definitely chase that. I'm not going to mute. You don't have to worry about that anymore. I do my best to ignore the trolls and the negativity. Can you imagine? Can you imagine if you woke up every morning and all you wanted to do is be a troll and shit post and everything else? No, don't need that. Somebody asked me, do I have do I have a son-in-law? Yes, I do have a son-in-law as well. Ashley has a husband. I'm always excited to listen to Karoline. She's so articulate. I just love it when she puts the libtards in their places. Yeah, she does that. Let's see here. We cannot control stuff. That goes back to when I was a kid and my father would always, he would tell me, you can only control what you can control. And it was like a Yogi Bearism. Like, what do you mean? Of course, you can only control what you can control. So if you just focus on that, that's going to be the key to how you're going to live your life. Not because of this or because of that or get involved in control this, make sure this works. And my dad right now would be putting his feet up my butt about this doggone microphone. Let's see here. I'm happy all the time. Life is great. That's great way to go. SB says on Eric Trump on Bitcoin, I've never been more bullish on Bitcoin in my life. They're having a huge, I don't know if it starts today, but they're having a big conference at Mar-a-Lago that Eric Trump is holding, and it's a big Bitcoin conference. So I'm not really sure if they're going to televise any of that. What did he say? I saw something about, where did that go? Wait a second. There was something I just saw about Harvey Levin. Where was that? I don't know. SB's got something else. He says, Hakeem Jeffrey says Republicans have decided they would rather shut down FEMA, shut down TSA, and shut down. Yeah, it's all propaganda. It's all BS. Yeah. Barry, have a cell phone. Yeah. I know, we're going to work on that stuff. By Gold and Silver. The last job I picked to work at 20 years ago, I made sure it had a pension plan and a 401k. Plan your employment and retirement. Good idea. I believe we should start holding Congress individually responsible for fraud. Again, that is not something you said we can't do that. You have what do we have now? 3 more years of something we know definitively. We have 3 more years as MAGA, as Republican, that we know for sure. We hope that J.D. Vance, we hope that, maybe Marco, somebody wins in 2028. But you know right now for sure that you have 3 years under Trump. Again, yes, there is fraud. Let them take care of it. We need to take care of us. And I see from some of these kind of comments, people are shifting their perspective away, because the only way you can take care of it is when November comes. So if you want to keep the anger about certain things, then in November you can make your choice in regards to that. Or you can go stand in a picket line or something while everybody else is doing something. I would love to know if it's something that you guys truly believe in terms of improving your life and position in life. Am I being a little bit too much taking things for granted that people want better lives? That's a big question. I don't know how many of you even thought of that. Am I taking for granted that people want better lives? Because of what I see, I'm okay, SB. I'm talking to my peeps right now. I want to know that. I would love to know at this point. Crap. She just walked out. Crap. Congratulations. She's here.
As always. Let's begin with some scheduling announcements for the remainder of President Trump's very busy week. Today at 3 p.m., President Trump will host a Black History Month reception in the East Room of the White House. I know many of you will attend, and we will see you up there. Tomorrow, President Trump will host a Board of Peace meeting at the Donald J. Trump Institute of Peace, where he will announce that member states have pledged more than $5 billion towards the Gaza humanitarian and reconstruction efforts, and have also committed thousands of personnel to the International Stabilization Force and local police to maintain security and peace for Gazans. Tomorrow afternoon, the president will travel to the great state of Georgia, where he will visit 2 local businesses and give a speech on his efforts to make life affordable for working people. On Friday, President Trump will host a working breakfast with governors in the East Room here at the White House. And on Saturday night, President Trump and the First Lady will host the annual Governor's Dinner. Next, I'd like to provide an update on the economy. We're seeing promising signs every day that 2026 is going to be a record successful year for the American people, just as President Trump promised them. The January jobs report shattered expectations, highlighting how the president's pro-growth economic agenda is fueling American prosperity. The economy added 172,000 new private sector jobs to kick off the year. That's more than 2.5 times economists' predictions. The labor force participation rate went up while the unemployment rate fell. The prime age labor force participation rate is now at its highest since 2001. Most importantly, 100% of all job creation under President Trump continues to be in the private sector. This is truly remarkable. That's 615,000 private sector jobs that have been added in President Trump's second term thus far. These are real working people. These are real American families who will be living out their American dream. Meanwhile, federal government employment has shrunk to its lowest level since 1966, saving taxpayers $29 billion annually. And all of the net job growth under President Trump has gone to native-born Americans, ending the disgraceful pattern under Joe Biden of job gains going to non-citizens and illegal aliens. Additionally, on inflation, the new CPI report is even more proof of the progress made by President Trump. Despite all of the doom casting from the so-called experts, the president has managed to utilize powerful tariffs to secure trillions of dollars in investments into our country and rebalance our trade deals while simultaneously cooling inflation. Year-over-year inflation fell to 2.4% in January, beating expectations again and marking the lowest level since May. Core inflation, the best measure of inflation, dropped to its lowest level in nearly 5 years. Meanwhile, real average hourly earnings for all private sector workers rose in the month of January, which means more money is going back directly into people's pockets. After only 1 year of President Trump back in office, real earnings for all private sector workers have outpaced inflation by nearly $1,400, earning back roughly half of the $2,900 they lost under Joe Biden when 40-year high inflation was stealing Americans' purchasing power. President Trump's policies are and will continue to allow Americans' incomes to go further for bills, retirement, and achieving the American dream. A key part of the American dream is buying a home. And that is finally becoming more affordable under this president. This past week, it was announced the annual mortgage cost for a new home has fallen by $4,000 so far under President Trump, after rising by roughly $15,000 under Joe Biden. As a result, mortgage affordability has reached a 4-year best following recent bold action by the president to make home ownership more attainable for American families, not large Wall Street corporate institutional investors. At the same time, national median rents have fallen to a 4-year low and have declined for 6 consecutive months. The annual rental cost for a new rental unit has fallen nearly $100 so far under President Trump, after rising more than $3,000 under Joe Biden. And many are crediting that to the president's deportation efforts to remove illegal aliens from our communities and therefore from housing that should be used for American citizens. At the grocery store, the price of eggs, dairy, cheese, fresh fruit, apples, oranges, potatoes, tomatoes, and butter have fallen since President Trump took office, and he is continuing to fight for even lower prices at the grocery store for the American consumer. At the gas pump, fuel prices are down by almost 10% over the past year. The average national price for a gallon of regular gas is now less than $3 and is approaching $2.70 in some states, and much lower than that in many states across the country as well. We've seen in several states gas is under $2 a gallon. And at the pharmacy, prescription drug prices are down over the past year, with even more price relief ahead for American patients, thanks to President Trump's most favored nation drug pricing deals and the great health care plan, which he is calling on Congress to pass as soon as possible. What President Trump wants Americans to understand is that this is only the start and the best is yet to come. The historic success that we have seen since he took office is just the beginning of enormous growth and opportunity that we are about to witness. And I know the president looks forward to hitting the road and being with the great people of Georgia tomorrow to talk about just this. So with that today, I know there's a lot of news. I will open it up to take your questions, and we're going to start, as always, with our new media seat, the great Michael Graham from Inside Sources. Thank you for being here, Michael.
Thank you for having us, and thanks from our 200 newspaper partners around the country. So you mentioned gas. We didn't mention natural gas. And back where you live, your friends and family are paying among the highest prices for natural gas to heat their home and for electricity generation, the number one source of power across New England. The cheap gas is in Pennsylvania. The two highest places to buy gas in the country, New York City and Boston. The problem is the blue states will not allow the gas to travel to produce electricity or to reach customers. When President Trump first came back in office, there was some talk, him and Governor Hochul in New York possibly reaching a deal. When will consumers in the Northeast feel relief from President Trump's energy policies, and what can he do about state objections to expansion of infrastructure. Then I have a quick follow-up.
Sure, absolutely. Well, the president has promised all Americans across the country, and in particular in the Northeast, where we do face much higher costs of electricity and of energy, unfortunately, because of the Democrat policies in the area. From the federal government's perspective, the president and the National Energy Dominance Council, Secretaries Wright and Burgum, are doing all we can when it comes to federal permitting. The drill, baby, drill agenda is obviously underway. The president has made a huge push for more fossil fuels in this country. You look at what he did last week with respect to coal. Coal truly keeps the lights on in this country. We learned that in the recent winter storms. However, there's only so much that can be done at the federal level. That's why the president has called on blue state governors to participate in this energy dominance agenda, including governors in New England and the Northeast, by contacting Governor Hochul directly to get this Constitution pipeline underway. This is not only going to bring down the cost of energy in the Northeast, it's also going to support job growth and energy affordability and more opportunity for workers in the Northeast. And I just have a quick statistic here on energy that I found fascinating, and it's obviously true because I'm saying it up here. Red states with Republican legislatures currently enjoy lower average retail electricity prices than blue states with Democrat legislatures. And that's exactly why the president is calling on all blue state governors across New England and the Northeast to get on board. Let's bring prices down for all Americans, whether they live in a red or a blue state.
So right down the street from your alma mater, San Antonio College, talking about building an ICE facility that's causing a lot of political agita in New Hampshire, and for the Republican governor, Kelly Ayotte. Seems to be some miscommunications argued on both sides. Even Republican supporters of Trump who live in the town say, we're not sure we want this. What's your message to the folks in New Hampshire about this proposed ICE facility?
The message is that illegal immigration, while the border is secure, is still a problem across our entire homeland. And the previous administration allowed nearly 20 million illegal aliens from countries all over the world into our country. And the president and Secretary Noem have done a phenomenal job at deporting. Nearly 3 million illegals have left the country either through deportation or self-deportation over the past year. But obviously, there are a lot more illegal alien criminals left in our homeland. That includes in New England. There are many within our communities in New Hampshire, in Maine, and definitely in Massachusetts and in the Boston suburbs that allowed nearly 20 million illegal aliens from countries all over the world into our country. And the president and Secretary Noem have done a phenomenal job at deporting. Nearly 3 million illegals have left the country either through deportation or self-deportation over the past year. But obviously, there are a lot more illegal alien criminals left in our homeland. That includes in New England. There are many within our communities in New Hampshire, in Maine, and definitely in Massachusetts and in the Boston suburbs that need to be arrested, detained, and deported back to their home countries. And so the president and Secretary Noem, and I know ICE, are engaged with local governors across the whole country, including in New Hampshire, to open more detention facilities. This is an unfortunate consequence of the previous administration's border invasion that the president has thankfully put a stop to. But of course, we still need to grapple with the illegal alien criminals who are here, and that requires more detention space. Thank you, Michael.
John.
Garrett.
On Iran, I'm not asking you for like military secrets here, but can you share?
Know I would be so unwise.
Unless you want to give them. Can you share a little bit about the president's thinking on whether or not to strike Iran, who he's talking to, what information he's consuming, and why a strike might be necessary on a nuclear program he says was obliterated by the last U.S. strike?
Well, there's many reasons and arguments that one could make for a strike against Iran. The president had a very successful operation as commander-in-chief with Operation Midnight Hammer, as you know, as you just said, totally obliterated Iran's nuclear facilities. The president has always been very clear, though, with respect to Iran or any country around the world, diplomacy is always his first option, and Iran would be very wise to make a deal with President Trump and with this administration. He's talking to many people. Of course, his national security team, first and foremost, and you know who the members of that team are. And this is something, obviously, the president takes seriously. He's always thinking about what's in the best interest of the United States of America, of our military, of the American people, and that's how he makes decisions with respect to military action of any kind.
And on the flip side of that, he's got the State of the Union speech next week. If he is going to take military action, does the administration believe it's important to sort of convince the American people, sell the American people? Will we hear something about that in the State of the Union to make the case for why something like that might be necessary to risk American lives?
Look, again, I'm not going to engage in a hypothetical. Good try, Garrett, but you can't catch me there. I will say, with respect to the State of the Union, you'll be hearing more about what is to come from the president's speech very soon at the appropriate time. It is going to be a very good and powerful speech, so everyone should tune in. Ed.
Karoline, thank you. I got two questions for
Sure.
you. About Independence Hall in Philadelphia, the administration's decided to appeal a judge's ruling that in essence was trying to put the slavery displays back, arguing that the federal government believed it had the power to disassemble and disassemble historical truths when it has some domain over historical facts. The judge said it does not. The administration said that you were planning to put up updated interpretive materials and provide a fuller account of the history of slavery at Independence Hall. What more was the administration, or is the administration, planning to add?
I'm not familiar with this specific instance, Ed, to be honest with you, but I will check in with the appropriate people who are overseeing this, and we'll get you a more firm answer.
One other question. Then yesterday in his statement about Jesse Jackson, the president said, despite the fact that I'm falsely and consistently called a racist by the scoundrels and lunatics on the radical left, Democrats all, it was always my pleasure to help Jesse along the way. Where or when does the president believe he's been falsely called racist?
You're kidding, right?
No, he's kidding. He's got to be kidding.
I will pull you plethora of examples. I'm going to get my team in that room to start going through the internet of radical Democrats throughout the years, Ed, who have accused this president falsely of being a racist. And I'm sure there's many people in this room and on network television across the country who have accused him of the same. In fact, I know that because I've seen it with my own eyes. And the president very much looks forward to having an event later this afternoon at 3 p.m. to celebrate Black History Month and to talk about how his policies are advancing opportunity and prosperity for all Americans through record tax cuts, through the Trump accounts that all Americans can access regardless of race. These are a great thing for the next generation of Americans. The president has also awarded hundreds of millions of dollars in additional funding to strengthen educational outcomes at historically Black colleges and universities across the country. Again, the president is protecting the hard-earned benefits of the 2.4 million Black veterans who honorably served in our nation's armed forces by reducing the backlog of veterans waiting for their VA benefits and for their home loans through the Department of Veterans Affairs. So there is a lot this president has done for all Americans regardless of race, and he has absolutely been falsely called and smeared as a racist, and I'm happy to provide you those receipts, and we gladly will right after this briefing. Jennifer, go ahead.
You mentioned the $5 billion in pledges for the Board of Peace. Will we be able to get a breakdown of which countries are providing each of those pledges?
Yes.
And which countries are providing troops?
Sure. We're happy to provide that breakdown, and I'm also happy to provide the list of countries that will be attending tomorrow. I know it's more than 20 countries. I know there's a lot of interest in that. I'll spare myself reading you the list of 20 countries from the podium, but we will provide it, and the president will be opening the meeting tomorrow with remarks, and will sort of formally be chairing the meeting at the beginning before he departs for Georgia tomorrow.
And then on the sewage spill, the sewage pipe that broke on the Potomac, can you give us an update on the federal government's response? And officials have told CBS that some of that aging infrastructure is a concern, that this particular pipe wasn't even of the most urgent concern. Do you know if the government is looking into which other pipes could be at risk of collapsing?
Well, the next step in this process is for any of the three local jurisdictions involved, whether that's the Commonwealth of Virginia, the state of Maryland and Governor Moore, or the District of Columbia, to step forward and to ask the federal government for help and to ask for the Stafford Act to be implemented here so that the federal government can go and take control of this local infrastructure that has been abandoned and neglected by Governor Moore in Maryland for far too long. In fact, it's no secret that Maryland's water and infrastructure have been in dire need of repair. Their infrastructure has received a nearly failing grade in the 2025 report card from the American Society of Civil Engineers. This is the same grade they've received 5 years earlier. There has been no improvement under the leadership of Governor Moore. He's clearly shown he's incapable of fixing this problem, which is why President Trump and the federal government are standing by to step in. And for all of the environmentalists in the room and across the District of Columbia, let's all hope and pray that this this governor does the right thing and asks President Trump to get involved, because it will be an ecological and environmental disaster if the federal government does not step in to help. But of course, we need the state and local jurisdictions to make that formal request. That's part of the legal process to move forward. Peter.
So you said that any of the three Democrats just need to ask. A few minutes ago, Maryland's Governor Wes Moore asked. He said, if the president wants me to ask nicely, our response is this: please, Mr. President, do your job.
To which I say, I'll ask the president and we will provide you with the next steps. But in all seriousness, the federal government has been preparing plans. The White House has been in contact with FEMA, with the Army Corps of Engineers, with the Environmental Protection Agency. Again, we've been standing by. This is a problem we want to fix, not just for the federal government, but for everyone who lives in the District of Columbia, including all of you. So you're welcome.
To your point about that, there are a lot of events coming up for America 250. The president wants people from all over to come to the nation's capital. Is he worried that by the summer, the Potomac River will still smell like poop?
He is worried about that, which is why the federal government wants to fix it, and we hope that the local authorities will cooperate with us in doing so. Steve.
So what will the $5 billion be used for in Board of Peace, and will that be sort of a down payment for much more money?
You'll be hearing more about that tomorrow at the meeting. If you recall, at the first meeting when we were in Davos, Jared Kushner did provide a very detailed PowerPoint presentation for the vision of Gaza, the reconstruction and the humanitarian efforts, of course, providing local security on the ground. That will be part of the discussion tomorrow, is how can we maintain security? First, you must achieve security to get to prosperity, which is sort of the second part of this plan. So you'll be hearing more about that tomorrow, but I would just point out $5 billion worth of investment. We're talking about reconstructing Gaza. I remember when those words came from the president's lips in the East Room many months ago, and all of you in the press were bewildered at how the president could have such an ambitious goal of rebuilding Gaza, which is obviously a place that has been just turmoiled by violence and chaos for many, many years. But we are well underway in doing that, and it's a historic accomplishment for this president.
Secondly, is the president seeing enough progress in the Iran talks to let negotiations go a little further? I mean, where do things stand after yesterday's talks?
I think you heard from the administration and the State Department yesterday that there was a little bit of progress made, but we're still very far apart on some issues. I believe the Iranians are expected to come back to us with some more detail in the next couple of weeks, and so the president will continue to watch how this plays out. Sure.
Follow up on that. Thank you, Karoline. On these Iran talks, I mean, how much time is the president willing to give it before he is seriously maybe considering military action? Is he willing to give it that full 2 weeks? And has he given the Iranian officials a deadline on when he wants to see a deal?
It's a fair question, Rachel, but I'm not going to set deadlines on behalf of the President of the United States.
And then just one more on the shutdown. We're now in this partial shutdown over DHS funding. Has the president personally spoken to the Democratic leaders in Congress? Can we expect to see them at the White House to try to make a deal on this?
Not to my knowledge. He hasn't had any direct conversation or correspondence with Democrat lawmakers recently. It doesn't mean he's not willing to. I'm just not aware of any conversations that have taken place. I do know the White House and the president's representatives have been in direct conversations with both Democrats and Republicans. But of course, Democrats are the reason that the Department of Homeland Security is currently shut down. They have chosen to act against the American people for political reasons. And now we have FEMA workers, the men and women of the United States Coast Guard, men and women of TSA who keep our airports moving, who will be working without paychecks for no good reason other than the Democrats wanting to pick a fight with Donald Trump. And the president thinks that is irresponsible and despicable. He wants the government to be open. We've been engaged in good faith negotiations with the Democrats. Last night they sent over a counter proposal that frankly was very unserious, and we hope they get serious very soon because Americans are going to be impacted by this. Sure.
Thanks, Caroline. President Trump has talked about a forthcoming executive order on voter ID. Is there more details you can provide for that? And can you talk about any steps that you're taking to overcome court challenges that you've kind of faced in this area before on voting?
Well, as the president said in that Truth Social post, he's discussing and exploring legal options for a potential executive order with respect to voter ID. But this is something he's made very clear he wants Congress to get done. The Save America Act is a common sense piece of legislation that has now passed the House of Representatives to ensure that voter ID is a requirement in the United States of America. This is a common sense policy policy that nearly 90% of the country agrees with. You need an ID to go and purchase alcohol. You need an ID to go to the library and check out a book. And so the president thinks you should have an ID to vote in our nation's elections. And I know the vast majority of Americans agree with him on that. And he wants Congress to move quickly to get it done.
Thank you so much. Sure. On Cuba, it's increasingly being described as a humanitarian crisis. What is a successful outcome for the U.S. that the U.S. wants to see in Cuba? Is there anything less than regime change that would be considered success?
I think, as Secretary Rubio has articulated and the president himself, we obviously want to see flourishing and prosperous democracies all over the world, especially in our own hemisphere. I'm not dictating any actions the United States may take to get there, but of course that's in the United States' best interest to have Cuba be a truly free and prosperous democracy. Unfortunately, right now, that is not the case. They are a regime that is falling. Their country is collapsing, and that's why we believe it's in their best interest to make very dramatic changes very soon, and we'll see what they decide to do. Sure.
Thank you so much. Following up on Gaza, this $5 billion, who exactly will be in charge of managing this money? Would that be the president himself making the final decisions on how these funds are spent?
It will be the Board of Peace, which the president is, of course, the chairman of, but all of the member parties, I believe, will have votes on the funding, and then, of course, there is that technocratic layer underneath the official Board of Peace with the member countries that will be making decisions as well. So if you just go back and look at the first event that we had where we sort of unveiled the structure of the Board of Peace, that structure remains in place, and they'll be overseeing the funds that will be announced tomorrow for their reconstruction and humanitarian efforts. Sure.
Another question on that Board of Peace announcement. You mentioned there will be the announcement of who comprises that International Stability Force. How soon will that force be deployed? And have all of the regional partners, all of the regional countries signed off on the makeup of that force?
I don't have a timeline for you today, but again, I'm sure you'll hear more about this tomorrow. So you'll join us at the event. Deanna.
Thanks, Caroline. Two questions.
Sure.
First, the president has talked a lot about housing affordability, and several countries that are facing housing shortages, including Canada, for example, have imposed a ban on non-citizens, like foreigners, from buying their houses. Do you know if that's a strategy that the president would be willing to deploy?
Well, first of all, the president is obviously committed to deporting illegal aliens from our country and those who are not lawfully present in the United States, which he has done at a record pace, which has led to the falling of rents, as I pointed out in my opening remarks. Secondly, the president has recently announced that he is fighting for a ban on institutional investors and Wall Street billionaire corporations from buying up single-family homes that should be lived in his opinion, by American families. We know this is going to have a remarkable impact on the housing market and on prices and supply and demand for the American consumer and the American family. And then thirdly, the president is also expediting permitting as fast as we possibly can to build more homes, to increase supply, to obviously bring down the cost of home ownership and purchasing homes for the American people. And then also, as I mentioned as well, we do see mortgage rates falling. So all of this is combining to make housing more affordable in this country. There's still a lot more to do. The president is still digging his way out of the mess that was created by Joe Biden's administration in jacking up mortgage rates and jacking up housing costs. But we do see very positive trends in this direction. And the president wants the United States to be a nation of owners, not renters. He wants families to live in homes, not institutions and big corporations. Michael.
On Ukraine, Caroline. Secondly, on Ukraine,
Sure.
Yesterday Zelensky said in an interview that he says that it's not fair that the president is saying that Ukraine has to make concessions. He's saying this publicly, and not Russia. Has the president seen these comments? And when the president says that Ukraine has to make concessions, is he referring to giving up Donbass?
I think the president would respond to that by saying he does not think it's fair that thousands of Ukrainians are losing their lives, and Russians too, in this deadly war. And that's why the president and his team have committed a tremendous amount of time and energy in bringing this war that is very far away from the United States of America, but nevertheless, this is a president of peace. And so he's committed a tremendous amount of time and energy to bringing this war to an end. Just yesterday, there was another round of trilateral talks between the U.S., Russia, and Ukraine. There was meetings meaningful progress made in both parties. Both sides agreed to update their respective leaders and to continue to work towards a peace deal together. So there will be another round of talks in the future, but I think the president views this entire situation as very unfair, not just for Russians and Ukrainians who have lost their lives, but also for the American people and the American taxpayer who were footing the bill for this war effort before President Trump put a stop to it. And I would just remind everyone around the world that the United States is still selling weapons to NATO that are then being sent to Ukraine in their defense of their freedom in their borders. Michael.
Caroline, Russia is reportedly joining Iran for joint naval exercises in the Gulf of Oman this week. Has the president issued any kind of warning to Russia or even China not to involve itself if the U.S. decides to strike Iran?
Not to my knowledge, no, or not that I would dictate from this podium. I wouldn't reveal the president's private conversations with world leaders. With respect to that, again, when it comes to Iran, the president has a decision to make, and he will do that, and I'm not going to broadcast what that decision may be ahead of him.
President Barack Obama, Caroline, was recently asked if aliens are real. He says they're real, but he hasn't seen them. The president's daughter-in-law, Laura Trump, told Miranda Devine of the New York Post that the president has a prepared speech on this issue that he prepares to deliver at the right time. Is that true? And does the Trump administration believe aliens are real?
Well, a speech on aliens would be news to me. That sounds very exciting, though. I'll have to check in with our speech writing team. And that would be of great interest to me personally, and I'm sure all of you in this room, and apparently former President Obama, too. So we'll keep you posted on that. Tyler.
The White House has touted an unprecedented amount of cooperation with counties in Minneapolis after the negotiations with Tom Homan. Are those written or verbal deals with the sheriff? How many have agreed to cooperate on immigration enforcement who previously refused to do so?
Yeah, the last time I spoke with Mr. Homan, which was just a few days ago, he assured us that nearly every single county in the state of Minnesota has agreed to notify ICE when they are releasing criminal illegal aliens from their jails. This is an unprecedented level of cooperation that we have not seen. It has led to not only cooperation to detain illegal aliens in Minnesota, which just this past week I have looked at the list. They've detained some very heinous people who none of you would want living in your communities, but has also led to a much more calm situation on the ground. We've also seen, and you've seen this with your own eyes play out, the local police and the state police have now cooperated in the arrests of left-wing agitators and criminals who are unlawfully obstructing immigration enforcement in their efforts. So this is a huge win, and again, the president sent Mr. Homan to Minnesota to do a job, and he has done it well, and I think the situation on the ground proves that.
Are those like written agreements that they've been signed by various officials in the state?
These are agreements that have been made by state and local officials in the federal government, and we are seeing that cooperation play out every single day. These counties are notifying ICE when they are releasing criminal illegals from their jail, and we do know that they are arresting left-wing agitators who are unlawfully impeding law enforcement. There's video to show that. Show it yourself. You can view it with your own eyes. John.
Thank you, Caroline. You mentioned two things: DHS closed and the SAVE Act IDs. Both of these could get solved in 15 minutes if Senate Leader John Thune simply got rid of this phony 60-vote cloture rule and got 51 votes, and that would be the end of it, because everyone in this room knows if the Democrats take over, they'll get rid of that rule in 90 minutes. They already tried it one time, and the two Democratic senators that stopped it are no longer there, Manchin and Sinema. President Trump is backing a lot of these senators for re-election, and yet they will not get rid of the 60-vote cloture rule, which is holding everything up. What is the president's position on John Thune in the Senate finally getting rid of this so this legislation can get moved?
Well, the president has a good relationship with Senate Majority Leader John Thune. They keep in very close contact, and they work together all of the time. I hear your passion in your voice, and I know it's shared by many Americans across the country, including the president himself. He wants to see the SAVE Act voted, and he's expressed that both publicly to all of you, the American people, but also privately in his conversations with Senate Majority Leader Thune and many other members of Congress as well. Yes, Rob, go ahead. Good to see you.
So J.B. Pritzker just recently signed the bill. The law went into effect in January, and it's supposedly going to allocate about $2.5 billion to illegals to go to college and financial aid in the state of Illinois. What is the White House's reaction to this? Illinois is already, by 2027, they're supposed to have a $3 billion deficit. What's your reaction to that?
Yeah, we'll have to take a look at that. I would say the president certainly thinks that Governor Pritzker is not doing a very good job of managing his state, as evidenced by not only the waste, fraud, and abuse, but also the crime in the city of Chicago that unfortunately Governor Pritzker has refused to pick up the phone and call the White House and ask for help on, which is something his residents want him to do, but he refuses to do for political reasons. As for the specific money, we'll take a look and get you an answer. You're welcome. John.
Thanks a lot, Caroline. Two questions. One is about the president's trip to Georgia tomorrow. If you can provide some additional information about that, why Northwest Georgia was chosen for this particular trip, for instance.
Sure. Well, Georgia is obviously a very important state to the president and to the Republican Party, and the president loves the people of Georgia. He'll be touring, like I said, a steel facility, and then he'll also be stopping by another local business, and he will be giving remarks on affordability, on the economy, on all of the great economic news that I just shared with you earlier. He'll be meeting and greeting with everyday Americans, and that's what the president loves to do, to get out across the country, and he's spoken about his intention to go across the country a lot more, and obviously tomorrow's trip is evidence of that.
Secondly, last week, as you know, big event that took place in the Roosevelt Room, the president announcing that the EPA has repealed these federal limits on emissions for cars, trucks, and power plants. And in the president's presentation, he mentioned that American families will save $2,500 for a new car or truck. Where is the promise coming from automakers that they're going to pass along their savings to those families all across the country?
It's a great question, John. That was an economic analysis that was provided to the president, and I'd be happy to provide that to you so you can take a look yourself. But I'm glad you brought up the president's announcement last week, because this is one of the largest deregulatory actions ever taken in the United States of America. And overall, it's going to save our country $1.3 trillion in regulatory burdens that have really done nothing for our country, nothing for our environment, nothing for our economy. In fact, this announcement received widespread and bipartisan praise. I think I recall seeing the editorial board of the Washington Post, of all places, even commending the president and Administrator Zeldin for this historic action last week. So there's no doubt it is going to save the American consumer money, and I'd be happy to provide that specific economic analysis to you. Sure, in the middle, go ahead. Yes.
Thank you. Governor Moore in Maryland signed a bill that is ending the law enforcement cooperation with ICE. And by doing that, a lot of local sheriffs are not happy. And in fact, they met today in Annapolis to come up with either a legal action. What is the message of the White House to those sheriffs and to the residents of Maryland?
Well, first of all, it's another despicable action by Governor Wes Moore. Why would you prevent your state and local law enforcement from cooperating with federal law enforcement? If you just ask them, to your point, if you ask a sheriff across the country if they want to have that level of cooperation and coordination with the federal government, of course they do. It makes their jobs easier. It keeps them out of hostile and dangerous environments. It allows them to detain illegal alien criminals who have committed heinous crimes in our country with the most safe circumstances possible. So the president, of course, continues to always stand on the side of law enforcement, and this is another just horrible and frankly political action taken by Governor Wes Moore, and unfortunately the people of his state are going to reap the consequences of it. Sure.
Thank you, Caroline. President Trump just said on Truth Social that it would be a big mistake for the UK to hand over control of Chagos Islands to Mauritius. But the State Department earlier this week has said that the U.S. does support that handover. So does this post now suggest that the U.S. does not, or that President Trump has changed his mind on this?
The post should be taken as the policy of the Trump administration. It's coming straight from the horse's mouth. When you see it on Truth Social, you know it's directly from President Trump. That's the beauty of this president and his transparency and relaying this administration's policies to all of you and to the rest of the world. Carrie. Go ahead.
There's been a series of walkouts from public school students that have been sort of provoked by a number of public school administrators. What are your thoughts on this? What's the administration's thoughts on this? Will they be taking any actions on these walkouts against ICE?
Look, I think obviously the president and the administration support the First Amendment rights of all American citizens, and if they're peacefully protesting, then that's their constitutional obligation and right and responsibility to do so. Of course, the administration also wants to see American school children in school learning and educating, and I think it does speak to the left-wing bias that is unfortunately very present in our nation's public school system, and it's something that Secretary McMahon has been working very hard to root out of our public school system by ensuring that local governance and local control takes place over our nation's public schools, and that parents and educators closest to students have a greater say over curriculum and academia in our country. Take a couple more. Go ahead.
Thank you, Caroline. The Vatican announced earlier today that they would not be joining the Board of Peace initiatives over concerns that it could potentially compete with the United Nations over handling crisis conflicts. What's the White House's response to that?
Yeah, look, we saw that. I think it's deeply unfortunate. I don't think that peace should be partisan or political or controversial. And of course, the administration wants all those who were invited to join the Board of Peace to join. Because again, the Board of Peace is overseeing the reconstruction of a territory that has been plagued with violence, with bloodshed, with poverty for far too long. And this president has a very bold and ambitious plan and vision to rebuild and reconstruct Gaza, which is well underway because of the Board of Peace. This is a legitimate organization where there are tens of member countries from around the world, and we think that's an unfortunate decision.
Caroline.
In the back, sure.
Thank you, Caroline.
I'll go to both of you, sure.
Okay.
Go ahead, and then Jake, you can go.
Caroline, can you tell me, is there an update regarding the tariff rebate checks that the White House has promised?
I don't have an update for you on timeline, but I know that it's something that the president and his economic team continue to very seriously discuss.
Thank you, Caroline. I've got two questions. First, does the president see some sort of religious or prophetic component to the unfolding developments in the Middle East?
I haven't spoken to him about that particular perspective, to be honest with you, but of course the president wants peace for all people of all faiths all around the world, and that's part of his push to create peace in the Middle East, which he has done successfully.
And my second question is, as his popularity rises around the world, and especially in regions where he's invested so much effort in promoting peace and ending wars, do you think we might be watching the emergence of a global MAGA movement? Is this something that the president has discussed at all?
Well, I don't know, Jake, but I sure hope so. Take a couple more. Go ahead. Sure.
I wanted to ask you about Iran. As the U.S. military builds up around Iran, is President Trump coordinating war plans with Israel so that if he does decide to strike, that Israel will be a part of those strikes?
Look, I don't have any specifics on the president's recent conversations with Israel. As you know, Prime Minister Netanyahu was just here at the White House last week or the week before. But again, with respect to Iran, there was some progress made yesterday. There are still a lot of details to discuss, and we'll continue to see how this plays out. The United States government, of course, is always in close communication and correspondence with the state of Israel, and that starts right at the top with the president and Prime Minister Netanyahu themselves. One more. Go ahead.
Last week we saw the underlying affidavit for the search warrant that was executed in Fulton County, and there was not any mention in that document about foreign election interference in the 2020 election. I'm wondering if DNI Gabbard has uncovered that in Georgia or in Puerto Rico, where we know her team was sent as well.
I don't have any updates for you on that today. I would defer you to the director's office herself.
Caroline, two questions. One, on the president's schedule today, it says he has signing time. What is he signing today? Are we expecting executive orders or actions? That's the first question. And then second, the Wall Street Journal is reporting that a U.S. arms sale package for Taiwan is in limbo. Can you just confirm this reporting / offer any additional comment? And how concerned is the administration that if an arms deal with Taiwan went through, that this could disrupt the China-U.S. Trade truce?
Sure. Well, I haven't read the full Wall Street Journal report. I will just say, with respect to an arms sale to Taiwan, I don't have any announcements or updates on that for you today. And to your first question about what the president will be signing, he will be signing an executive order, which you will all be hearing about later this afternoon, and you will see him in 1 hour at the Black History Month reception. We'll see you there. Thank you.
All right, Karoline, wrapping up.
So, can we at this point put a burial, an exclamation point on the Epstein stuff? She talked for nearly an hour, about 52 minutes, 51 minutes, depending on when we switched over. And the media, the rabid media, who's been problematic for the Trump administration since the day he walked down the escalator, didn't ask one single question in 52 minutes, nothing about Epstein. Not a word. Nothing. What does that tell you? These rabid dogs who would love to just sink their teeth into stuff didn't ask a single question. I was waiting. Nope, not one. So maybe at this point, we should follow that and just, let's get on with business. Couple things. We've talked about it here quite a few times. People say my gas isn't going down or my prices aren't going down. And she mentioned it. One of the first earlier questions she talked about is that the local blue governments are doing everything they can to not allow the prices to go down in those areas, whether they're going to charge higher gas taxes locally or all kinds of different regulations. She finally said it on the podium that it's the local state blue areas that are purposely, intentionally trying to keep the prices elevated. So if you have a question because your prices haven't gone down on X, Y, or Z, you're going to have to look to your local people in your state to figure out why. And then, of course, the biggest question that I'm sure every single one of you went, what? It's going to be a clip shared around the world. So why does President Trump say we're racist? People think he's a racist. Do you have any instances where people have called President Trump racist? And that guy was from CBS. It is amazing. I've said it so many times, I don't even know how to keep telling you guys that these people, they rely on people not having memories. You must have forgot. Can you imagine being in a press conference and saying, why does President Trump think people are calling him racist? I can't even tell you. All right, so President Trump is due up at 3 o'clock. Let's hope he's on time. And I've got some other stuff I want to share with you. But first, foremost, I missed this yesterday. And SV had sent it to me, but I wanted to make sure that we shared this morning.
Well, this is the 5th anniversary of the loss of a really great man, a great conservative, somebody that loved our country, loved his family, loved a lot of things, but he was a friend of mine, Rush Limbaugh. I'd never met Rush when I announced that I was running. I'll never forget, 2015, and I got a call all excited that Rush Limbaugh just endorsed you. I never met him. He liked my opening speech. He liked when I got up in June and I said, we got bad borders, we got bad crime, we got bad everything. And he liked it. I came down the escalator with now our First Lady, and he thought it was great. And he endorsed me, and then I got to know him, and I realized what a great guy he was. But it's 5 years that we miss Rush. As Sean Hannity would often say, there will never be another Rush Limbaugh. So to his family, his great wife and family, I just want to say we miss you all. We miss him, and there'll never be anybody like him. Thank you very much.
Welcome back to Fanfare with Barry Cunningham.
As we were talking about finances early, I just wanted to let you know that gold is up 2.1%. Silver is up 5%. So the market is still doing the roller coaster. And if you bought some gold or silver recently, don't freak out with all the manipulations and the roller coaster going on. They're trying everything they can do to suppress the market. But as you've seen from the earlier financial stuff we're talking about, things are happening on a positive basis for the entire market. Even Eric Trump today was talking about Bitcoin. The days of excessive money printing, overvalued markets, and global unrest are finally catching up with the elite. And with Jerome Powell soon to leave office, all kinds of things are going to break loose. Instead of pulling back, now is the time to do your research. Keep your eyes open for trends. I've been telling you about trends, and get information from my friends at Lear Capital. Experts are still predicting $6,000 gold and $150 to $200 silver. Everything you're seeing is being driven by geopolitical uncertainty, the continuing and ongoing inflation concerns, and a perceived weakening U.S. dollar. Is it time for you to buy some gold or silver? That's a decision you're going to have to make. But if you call Lear Capital, they'll help you by getting the most accurate information and the most up-to-date information to allow you to make an informed decision. Call the best in the business and the company that Robin and I personally trust and personally purchase from. We are just not partners in terms of ads. We actually buy from Lear Capital. Call Lear Capital. It's a free call. There's no obligation to purchase, just education and information on protecting and growing your wealth with gold and silver. But you got to have the knowledge as well. I'm sure there are many of you that haven't called and many of you who have called but yet haven't purchased for whatever reason. They'll even walk you through shifting some of your money sitting in a retirement account over to physical gold and silver. It's easy to do. I've been extremely satisfied with Lear's knowledge. My wife, Robin, is happy with the service and the prices. Things have been perfect with them. I haven't had any complaints. I would tell you otherwise. I urge you to call today and learn more. Call 800-601-5430. 800-601-5430, or go to learberry.com to learn more about investing in gold and silver. And like I said, gold is up 2.14 right now, and silver is up 5.17. So I can't tell you what to do, but I know what we're doing, and I advise you guys to see what you can do as well. All right, so President Trump is due up in 45 minutes, but I got a lot to talk to you about before he comes up, because there's a lot of things going on. I don't know if you followed, you heard the thing about Diego Garcia. He's got an issue with what Great Britain is trying to do there, but he dropped some stuff last night. Whether it was last night or this morning, he dropped some serious stuff. I'm going to show you some stuff here. I want you to see this. He started off with this, and it says that people, what's that? Oh, it says people that doubted him will soon see. And I will be the one to shut it down. And this was at 10:58 last night. I will be the one to shut it down. He followed that with this, and this was at 6:30 this morning. And it says, in the 2020 election, the states using Dominion voting machines allegedly switched 435,000 votes from Trump to Biden and deleted 2.7 million Trump votes, including 1 million in Pennsylvania alone. Examination showed Dominion and ES&S machines wirelessly connected to the internet via TELT 3G, 4G modems with ties to China and the CCP. The mainstream media, Dominion, ES&S, and many Democrats lied about voting machines having no internet access. ES&S users over 14,000 different modems across the country alone, with 35 still found transmitting signals in 11 states post-election. These machines are compromised and were designed to steal the election. I'm going to shut it down. He shows the laser eyes, and he has spent time posting about the fraud and the cheat in the election, things that we weren't even allowed to talk about in a very short period of time ago. And then he posted this at 6:05 a.m. and it says, and these are all retruths, which is basically a repost. 38,000 ballots arrived at 3:45 a.m. after Election Day in Michigan during the 2020 election. Over 100% voter turnout, which would be kind of hard, wouldn't it? Over 100%. 40,000 voters registered to vote 2 days before the election. Over 100,000 votes mismatched in poll books. None of the names or on processed ballots were found in the regular electronic poll books. 17,000 dead people voted. And he goes on and talks about this stuff that many of us knew. Many of us had heard for years. We heard it when it was actually happening. And he is letting everybody know he's ready to take a shot. In addition to what he posted there, he also posted some videos accordingly with it. So I'm going to show you a couple of those videos, not the whole video because each one is like 6 minutes and many of you have probably seen these videos. Just want you to see what President Trump has been posting.
Election systems across the country are found to have deleted millions of votes cast for President Trump. According to an unaudited analysis of data obtained from Edison Research, states using Dominion voting systems may have switched as many as 435,000 votes from President Trump to Joe Biden. And the author also finds another 2.7 million Trump votes appear to have been deleted by Dominion, including almost 1 million Trump votes in Pennsylvania alone.
The experts' claims are quite shocking and starkly contrast the narrative that we've heard. Media claims have been made that the machines were not connected to the internet, but according to the forensic report, that is patently false. The experts examined both Dominion and ES&S machines, and both were connected to the internet using wireless technology. This is a fact that the machine vendors knew well before the election because their proposal to pitch for the contract included information about internet transmission and wireless capabilities.
Now, you may have seen this before, and you may have followed, the hearings and everything else when the courts wouldn't even let it be presented. But now, we don't know, and I'm just going to keep directing you back. We don't know what they're finding in Fulton County. They've gone completely silent about whatever was pulled out of Fulton County. Nothing. In addition, as I've told you, there are 2 grand juries impaneled here in South Florida. There's one in Fort Pierce and one in Fort Lauderdale. Nobody knows what they're working on. But if you look at the breadcrumbs of what's happening, you got the Fulton County thing. And if I go back, even go back before Fulton County, January 3rd, Maduro gets picked up. Ever since then, nothing. We don't know what's going on with Maduro. There's no pictures, there's no interviews, nothing. Then January 12th, January 3rd, picked up. January 12th, the 2 grand juries convene. Shortly after that, the raid in Fulton County with Tulsi Gabbard. Not much has come out of that since it happened. And then last night and today, President Trump is now bringing all that stuff that many of us heard years ago back out into the forefront. Not many people, if any, are talking about it in the news, but there's a reason why President Trump is bringing this stuff back up. He wants you to know.
What is the vehicle for the transmission from the ICP? Is it cellular modem versus VPN?
It is a cellular modem that can be configured in a VPN, right? And we currently in Chicago, Cook County, we work with Verizon to secure that network. So we would have the same capabilities here.
What wireless chipset / modem does the hardware have?
We support a variety.
Some of the forensic evidence for this fact includes the wireless chip made by the company Telit. This is a picture from the forensic audit of the chip inserted into the machine to transmit information wirelessly. This is a clear admission that they knew the machines were connected to the internet and there were problems, so they had to tally manually. The media also claimed that there was no foreign involvement. But according to the forensic report, that is not true. The 4G card included in the ES&S machines, pictured here, was made by the company Telit. The project to manufacture the chips, according to the report, was funded by the Chinese and has ties to the Chinese Communist Party.
As you're listening to this, the thing that you have to remember, even if you've seen it before, even if you alluded to it, the part to understand is, why is President Trump posting this today? What is it that he wants us to begin looking at? He didn't post it just for the heck of it. He didn't go on a tirade about the election being stolen, and here's this video, and you'll see the next video, and then the post with the laser eyes, and then everything that we've been seeing that has now gone completely silent about everything. The guy doesn't post just for the heck of it. I've never seen anybody drop so many breadcrumbs.
Some have accused these companies of obfuscating and in some cases misleading election administrators and the American public. So I'd like to ask each of you, do you have components in your supply chain that come from either Russia or China?
Chairperson, we do not have components that come from Russia. We do have a limited number of components that come from China.
Thanks for the question. It wasn't our company in the Terrasis report, but we do have components in our products that come from China.
Ms. Mathis?
Yes, similar feedback here. We take the security of our supply chain very seriously, and we actively monitor and assess all aspects of that supply chain, including country of origin.
So do you have components from China or Russia?
We do not have components from Russia, but we do have, similar to my colleagues, we do have components.
And what would be the nature of those components?
Similar resistors, capacitors, they're the global supply chain for technology components of that
Sure.
sort.
And what percentage do you know?
I don't have.
We'll follow up with that.
That was a Democrat asking the questions. They knew that these machines were somehow tied to China. I never saw this one before. That was new to me. So you're allowing a United States election to be run by machines tied to China. Why? And now many people are just finding this out.
Is there any method of voting that's 100% secure?
No.
No.
Okay, great. So the systems that we currently use for the election cannot be secured. In an open hearing, when President Trump heard this, he probably flipped. Absolutely flipped.
Do you sell voting machines that have network capabilities installed?
Can you be more specific?
Sure. Yes, you don't have the software installed, but you have the capability of installing it.
For remote access software?
Yes.
We do not. We no longer install any remote access software. That process was discontinued in 2006 and is not allowed by any of the EAC testing.
We got a first-hand look when we visited ES&S, the largest manufacturer of voting machines, and talked to CEO Tom Burt.
Okay, why is there a Sprint thing here and a Verizon thing here?
There's a small percentage of jurisdictions in the country, a lot of them are in Florida, who have decided that they want to modem unofficial results to the election office.
Our voting machines are not connected to the internet.
Those are not connected. Voting machines themselves are not connected to the internet.
And we knew that wasn't true.
And cybersecurity expert Kevin Skoglund wanted to prove it. So he and 9 other independent security consultants created their own search engine looking for election systems online.
We found over 35 had been left online, and we're still continuing to find more.
ES&S insists while there are 14,000 of its modems in use, there are firewalls separating those modems from the public internet, and that the modems are turned on for just seconds. Checking my phone. But Skoglund says that's not enough.
We're seeing Illinois and Michigan
Last summer, Skoglund's team found ES&S voting systems online in at least some of the precincts in 11 states, including the battleground states of Florida, Michigan, and Wisconsin. If you were able to get inside these systems, could you do more than perhaps mess up the preliminary results? Could you actually get deeper inside the system?
Absolutely, and that's
Absolutely. And so this is what President Trump posted this morning, which everybody on the media is completely ignoring because Savannah Guthrie is more important. The guy is telling us, I know, I absolutely know what has happened here. And I'm not going to just let this go by the wayside. I know you cheated, and probably by now in 2026, he knows exactly how they cheated. And before, he couldn't do anything about it. They kept saying he had no standing and all these other things, but now he's got a top-notch spy group headed by Tulsi Gabbard, and they're going to go in under the auspices, obviously, of national security, which, no doubt, it is national security. It doesn't matter if it was against Biden or against Trump, it's still a matter of national security. Everybody should want secure elections. Everybody should want voter ID. Remember last week, he posted something on True Social. If you can remember what he said, that people went, whoa. What exactly did he say? I'll show you in a second.
my biggest concern.
Top computer scientist Andrew Appel agrees with Skoglund.
Once a hacker starts talking to the voting machine through the modem, they can hack the software in the voting machine and make it cheat in future elections.
In August, Skoglund took his results to election officials and the press, assuming the systems will get taken down. We were astonished when he showed us some of those systems are still online.
Modems in voting machines are a bad idea. Those modems are network connections, and that leaves them vulnerable to hacking by anybody who can connect to that network.
We should make sure that voting machines are not connected to the internet.
Period.
Period.
Mr. Poulos?
Chairperson, we've never had any kind of remote access in our Dominion products. Capabilities. But I will say that I do want to draw a caveat. Some of our tabulators are designed around the ability to have an external plug-in modem to transmit unofficial results after polls close.
Okay.
What wireless chipset / modem does the hardware have?
We support a variety. It's really up to the jurisdictions what technology they want to use, what's compatible with their networks.
Currently, in some jurisdictions, we're using basically a modem that is a 3G modem, GSM, but we can support multiple varieties of modems that can be,
including latest 4G standards as well.
So that answers the next question: is it 3G or 4G? Verizon, AT&T, or Sprint? I'm assuming all.
Yeah, all networks. Right. Just a point of fact. Yeah, I mean, we actually transmit from the ICP in Mongolia as well. So.
Mongolia? The post I was referencing, let me show you, because it is still at this point posted. And here's what it was. He put, we cannot, and this was posted February 13th, a couple days ago at 5 o'clock in the afternoon. We cannot let the Democrats get away with no voter ID any longer. These are horrible, disingenuous cheaters. They have all sorts of reasons why it shouldn't be passed, and then boldly laugh in the back room after the ridiculous presentations. If it weren't such a serious matter, it would be considered a total joke. No voter ID is even crazier and more ridiculous than men playing in women's sports, open borders, yada, yada, yada. It is a can't miss for re-election in the midterms and beyond. Even Democrat voters agree, 85%. And then he goes on and just talks about how this must happen. And then he says it will happen one way or another. Breadcrumbs. And today he drops all of this.
We're not limited in networks.
And in Puerto Rico, there's 3 vendors because the island is not covered by any of the vendors completely. So we use 3 different cellular vendors for some ICPs with his vendor, Claro, AT&T, and T-Mobile, I think, in the different parts of the island. So.
Analysts say the theft and destruction of votes are attributed to so-called glitches in Dominion software, and the extent to which this affected results can be verified by hand recounts of votes in each state.
So that was the first video that he posted. I showed you last night the video of Dan Bongino's show with John Solomon, where John Solomon says something is about to break. And no sooner than after John Solomon said that on Dan Bongino's show, all of this stuff started coming out.
If these ballots were run through multiple times, as you've alleged, and then you said possibly up to 30,000 times, definitely thousands of times being counted, when we examine the poll book and see who voted, and we count those numbers,
Yes.
would they then not line up with the total number of votes coming out of Detroit?
Just later. The poll book is completely off. Completely off.
Off by 30,000?
I'd say that poll book is off by over 100,000.
Where are you from?
Oh, I'm from Downriver.
Okay.
I'm here because of the 38,000 ballots that arrived here at 3:45 a.m. that are just now sitting over there and getting counted, supposedly.
Okay.
And that's why I arrived.
Okay.
To an eye-opening of hypocrisy, let me tell you.
Something I want you to see, they're taping up the windows. Security's taping up the windows so that people who are challenging cannot see in here, and he can't see out. So it's an interesting development.
I began observing the process of ballots at several counting boards. I quickly noticed that none, and I mean none, of the names were being scanned from the ballots were in the electronic poll books. All of the names that were found in the supplemental sheets. We know that the poll books, the electronic poll books, were updated on Sunday, November 1st. That meant that all of these new ballots had to have been brand new registered voters on Monday, November 2nd, or Tuesday, November 3rd. I found it very hard to believe that tens of thousands of people had registered in just 2 short days. So I began writing down the names on the ballots immediately after they were scanned by the computer poll worker. As soon as I began, I was severely obstructed by 5 different persons that I could no longer, such that I could no longer continue my legal responsibility as a poll challenger. These 5 persons comprised of a poll worker, a supervisor, an uncredentialed person, a Democrat challenger, and one of the top leaders of the AVCB. The details can be found in my affidavit.
Now, what's interesting, all these affidavits, all of these testimonies, all this information that nobody was allowed to see or investigate, what do you think is happening behind the scenes right now with Tulsi Gabbard and, her staff? Well, I would have to guess, I don't know for sure, but the fact that President Trump is putting this stuff out, that he is the one that is actually saying this. Hey, look, watch this. The President of the United States is asking us, telling us, you need to watch this. It's not a big jump to realize something is about to happen.
Anyone believe that 30 or 40,000 new voters were actually signed up legally in 2 days?
Yeah.
And what have you seen?
I've seen ballots that don't belong to anybody. They don't show up in the voter registration. There's no name attached to them.
And what are they doing with those ballots?
I'm challenging them, and they're supposed to put them in a box to be then reevaluated. But then multiple ballots that have several different numbers, one person with different numbers. We have whole lists of them. We're writing everything down all day long.
So are they improperly filled out and you're looking to disqualify them?
Yes. If they're improperly filled out, if they have no name, if they don't have a home, or if the person was born in 1920 1921, but registered to vote in 1900, that kind of doesn't make sense.
So, but that's not on the ballot. When you vote, your ballot is just the balls and what you have on there. What are you seeing? Are you seeing people's registration forms?
Yes, we are.
So on the tables, you have the ballot, and then you are able to see next to them
on a computer screen.
On a computer screen, whose ballot that is.
Sometimes the ballot itself has no name, but the ballot is filled out.
Okay.
And then if we go into the registration file, we find the person that has been, was born in 1921, and it's just there's a lot that's not right.
What's wrong with being born in 1921?
But registering to vote in 1900, 21 years before you're born.
What's wrong with being born in 1921? I don't know. You're 100 years old? Can we forget when they were registered? That means that there's a whole bunch of people 100 years old that are showing up to vote. Now, there's a few people in the country who are 100 years old. Ain't a whole bunch of them. 20,000 people who are 100 years old. And all of this has been documented and compiled and somehow found its way to the president's desk. Yes, it was a retruth, i.e. retweet, repost, whatever, but he saw it. And he said, put this out. The people need to see it. My people need to see it. Let me know in the chat, have you seen all this stuff before?
There are only a few of the most egregious items witnessed. I was not allowed to perform my job, and from what I observed, were any of the GOP challengers in accordance with Michigan laws. We were constantly prevented from getting close enough to see what was going on with respect to the ballots. Procedures were not being properly followed. When we brought these to the attention of the supervisors, our concerns were dismissed and ignored. We observed ballots being backdated from 11/4 to 11/2, and data being entered into the computers for these mail-in ballots. Poll workers were entering ballot information from new mail-in ballots, including dates of birth of 1/1/1900, into the electronic poll books and processing those ballots for tabulation. The information wasn't in either the electronic poll book or the paper supplement book prior to that. Dead people were voting. I sent a website to that effect, and the list that they had up to that date was 17,327 randomly checked Michigan voters that were registered for voting and were above the age of 80. Every name on this list has voted in the 2020 election. Check for yourself. And has also been found in one or more of the obituaries online.
Do you realize, some of you guys may not, how many people were kicked off of the social media networks for even talking about this? You were just summarily dismissed. Go away. We never want to hear from you again, you conspiracy theorist, and bloop, you're done. Don't even log on anymore. We're done with you. And now a whole different social media generation is coming up and seeing this stuff and going, wait a minute, what are you talking about? 20,000 dead people. And everybody in the media will say, oh, it's been debunked. You know, every court in the land threw it out. Well, we've seen what judges do now, don't we? We see specifically how judges operate. Let me ask you a really, really deep question. If all of this stuff happened just in 2020 with documented information, with actual witnesses, people who swore affidavits, who said, I saw it, this is what happened, and nobody, other than maybe Tina Peters, nobody went to jail. Then how the hell do people think that anyone's going to go to jail over Epstein? From so many long ago with none of this kind of documentation. This is documentation that actually got testified to under oath, and the judges didn't even do anything. You see, there's a reason for my mindset when I look at things. I'm like, okay, been here, the Maryland man can't even get it, tossed out. And people think they're going to arrest Democrats. Nope. We have a document with Letitia James's name on it, and she's saying this is this, and she's committing mortgage fraud, and the judge is like, nah, that's Letitia. She's a Democrat. Can't help you. And then you got people over here chasing their tail with no evidence, thinking something's going to just drop out of the sky. If you have a brain about you, you realize it sucks. It sucked in 2020. We were all pissed off, the ones of us who were allowed to, speak. But we had to move on because there was nothing we could do, not a damn thing we could do. As much as we bitched and moaned, they still inaugurated Joe Biden. And for 4 years, we had to sit by while we watched this guy just completely throw up on himself because there was nothing we could do. And so now we get President Trump back in office, and he may not, because of everything that's going on, be able to do anything about the Epstein stuff. But they screwed up because this is a matter of national security. They screwed up by letting another country come in. And they gave him, I don't know if it's Stephen Miller or Pam or whoever, but this is where we need to go. If we can use this as a matter of national security, they can't ignore it. And that's why those 2 grand juries were opened here in Florida. Not up in Washington, in Florida.
This is the most important election in my lifetime, and I think the most important election in the history of our republic.
That poll book, why don't you look at the registered voters on there? How many registered voters are on there? Do you even know the answer to that?
No, I guess I'm trying to get to the bottom of this here.
Zero. There's 0.
So my question then is if...
By the way, this woman, I loved it when the hearing was taking place, and right after it, she was destroyed. She's a whack job. She's crazy. And the woman's giving her testimony going, I've been doing this for years. I've been a poll worker, and I've been watching this stuff. Oh, no, she's a whack job. She's a conspiracy theorist. She's one of those maggots. Let's just completely destroy her life so that she can't talk.
Guess how many? Wait, what about the turnout rate? 120%.
Well, let's let Representative Johnson ask his question.
They didn't allow us to talk. They made fun of her. She became a meme that they laughed at her. And so here, this is only 2 minutes long. So before President Trump comes on, let me show you this here is what John Solomon said, in case you guys weren't on the show last night. Check this out.
Now we have a bunch of lazy senators who want to threaten the filibuster and not get off their feet and talk and really represent the people and stand for what they believe in. And all the American people are asking John Thune to do is to restore the Senate to the way it used to work before Mitch McConnell's lazy filibuster ideas kind of came into play. And I think that the American people are going to be there. Here's what I think is going to happen, Dan. And I think you probably know some of this because you had a foresight into some of the things that the Bureau now knows that was kept from the American public. I think Donald Trump is going to change the narrative in America. I think he's going to change some senators' minds, and he's going to do it by revealing some of the things that Chris Wray and that Chris Krebs and other major officials who were in charge of the integrity of our elections and who told us it was a perfect election in 2020. He's going to start revealing some of the intelligence that was kept from the American people.
Intelligence. I had to watch that a couple times to listen to the words when people say the intelligence. And when he said intelligence, I immediately went, Tulsi. Big difference. They're not going to go in the court. They're not going to bring it. They're going to reveal some of the intelligence. And so what they're probably going to do is prove, or at least show, how China or some other countries, Ukraine, were involved in our election. Venezuela. The intelligence is what he's going to reveal, to the point where even John Thune can't look away. And when he said that, it struck me. He's going to reveal some of the intelligence.
There are 2 paths to bridge this gap.
Wrong.
The first?
Wrong video. Hold on. Let me get this back to this one. Here we go.
And we're going to see that our foreign adversaries have monkeyed with our system more than we knew, more than those driver's licenses coming into Chicago that you helped get all of us to understand about a few months ago about China sending fake driver's licenses to help Joe Biden in. There are going to be significant efforts by foreign powers, some friends, some enemies, that were trying to meddle in the system, and they got pretty far down that path. And I think when senators realized their state could have been targeted, when senators realized that the intention of the identities of some of their voters might have been assumed, I think there's going to be a different debate in America. And I think if the president takes the time to educate people and show them that
time out there. I think if the president takes the time to educate people. Interesting. I just showed you the videos and information he's been posting. I think if the president takes the time to educate people, let me show you from a 30,000-foot view exactly what President Trump, the timeline and how it occurred. So let me go back here and to where John Solomon's video is. If the president takes the time to show you, all right? So I want you to see this. I love putting things together in like chronological order and seeing things. This was the John Solomon video. And as you look, this is True Social. This is Donald Trump. This was 15 hours ago. He posted not once, but he posted this twice. And as you just heard, he goes, if President Trump educates people, I think we're going to see something. President Trump probably said, yeah, let me do that. So he posted this one 15 hours ago. Then he came in with this one, Dan Bongino, again, 15 hours. Then this one was, I'll be the one to shut it down. Then he posted this one, key political voice in Georgia urges state to take over the Fulton County elections after the FBI raid. Then he just posted that second video I showed you. And he posted again that twice. Then he posted this about the 38,000 ballots. Then he came back with the video of the first one I showed you. So all of these things happened. And then, of course, the Dominion stuff and yeah, this one here. So all of those things happened in sequence. Very methodical. John Solomon says this. Oh, you want me to educate people? Let me start dropping the breadcrumbs for them to follow. Now, most people aren't going to be able to, you're not sitting on True Social, so you're not seeing it in that regard. But it was just interesting how he said if President Trump starts to educate people, and then boom, bada boom, bada bing, bada boom, they just started flowing real quickly.
The stories we got from the last leadership weren't true. I think he's going to pick off the votes, and then the American people are going to put some pressure on John Thune, and they're going to surgically implant a stiff back, and he's going to change that filibuster for this particular thing, make it a standing filibuster, make the Democrats talk till they drop, and then we'll get a vote in the summer. But I think there's some big, significant, and very troubling revelations about the vulnerabilities of our elections that the president is about to unveil on the American public.
Stay tuned. Keep watching. We'll keep seeing what he's going to drop. It's very hard when you see a video here or a video here, but if you start seeing the sequential nature of what's happening and how it's happening, same thing with January 3rd, Maduro, January 12th, the courts down here, the grand juries being impaneled, and then the raid in Fulton County. It's all happening. And you can tell if you were looking at stuff and putting it on a board, yeah, it's happening in sequence here. It's happening just the way they're planning it out. And now John Solomon saying, yeah, he's probably going to go ahead and drop something very soon. I'm just checking the camera at the White House to make sure President Trump hasn't turned on yet. But I wanted you guys all to see that because even I looking at it as well, and I'm a news junkie, and I'm consuming so much stuff that I realize as I'm watching it, there's a story being told. And unless you piece it together for some people, they may not see it because they're not on social 24/7 like me. I'm in bed and I'm laying like this and I'm checking out what stories are being posted and I'm saving them. So no, people might like that one. And I wonder why more people don't do that and say, look for yourself. You can go to True Social. It's all sitting there. I didn't make it up. Not one word made up. So I'm enjoying the show just as you are. So because I know conservative, I know Georgia was a cheat because Macon, Atlanta voted 69%, 60% or 69? 60% for Republican candidate. Gina says, same here, Terry. My daughter called me at 3 a.m. and I thought I was dreaming. I think I don't even know what the thread of your conversation was about, but it's probably like, do you know he lost? What do you mean he lost? I went to bed, he was winning. And 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning, everything happened. I appreciate you piecing it together. That's why I'm here, Gina. That's specifically why I'm here, is to take all this flood, this fire hose of information with this guy posting at 6 and 5 o'clock in the morning and go, wait a second, we need to bring this in so people can see it. And then from here, okay, Barry gave me the cues. Now I can go check it out myself. That's the key that, I keep trying to tell people is, don't listen to me and say, that's it, I don't need to find out anything else. I'm just giving you the appetizer. All right, now you can begin digging and finding out what the heck is going on, because there's so much happening. Can't read lips. Nope, you must have just got here. This needs to be done before May elections. I wonder when the May elections are. Well, I mean, who they are. I don't know. Some people like, some people say, this is from Jackie, I don't have True Social. Yeah, that's another thing. You got to be able to pull in all this information as well, which can be kind of, time consuming and everything else. So I try to bring in as much relevant stuff as possible. I don't like talking about the crap because I like focusing on what can matter for us moving forward. Now, I got something here while we're waiting for President Trump to come on. I'm going to continue because this is kind of crazy interesting here as we move forward. Let me see. Do I have another thing in here? Yeah, I do. Okay, let's go ahead and continue.
There are 2 paths to bridge this gap. The first is the most sustainable and the fairest path. This is the path of ending the drain on our city and raising taxes on the richest New Yorkers and the most profitable corporations. And if we do not go down the first path, the city will be forced down a second, more harmful path. Faced with no other choice, the city would have to exercise the only revenue lever fully within our own control.
What you find interesting, I talked to you guys a little bit about this last night, and I dug more into it. And what I find interesting is the cute smile is gone. You notice that? The cute smile and the dimply cheek and everything else when he was just talking so nice when he was on the campaign trail. And now the devil has showed up. There's no cute smiles. We are forced to do this. No, you ain't forced. You don't have to do this. You don't have to screw the people in New York without a smile. Look at the face. Remember the cute little smile he had? And people are like, oh, he's so cool. He's cute. And he's dancing. He's got his little... And now he's really showed up. Now he's really showing you who he is. And they're really showing you what they plan on doing. At this point, the only thing keeping the Democrats even possibly winning is cheating and stupidity. Virginians right now are like, oh, what did we do? New Yorkers, oh, what did we do? You can't be that. You can't be that person come November or even May and go, what did we do? They're lying. They want to destroy America. And now he's telling everybody, I'm forced to do this.
We would have to raise property taxes.
That's what he always wanted to do. New York City Mayor Zohran Mamdani is applying heavy pressure on Governor Hochul in an election year after unveiling his $127 billion budget proposal, giving Albany an ultimatum. Either approve tax increases on the rich and the corporations, or Mamdani will raise property taxes by nearly 10%. Joining us now to explain this, what it means, those two paths, is the co-host of the Big Money Show. She's got a big announcement at the end of this on Fox Business, Jackie DeAngelis.
Good morning.
Jackie, you said this is distressing.
Oh, very distressing. And what I noticed in that soundbite, you guys called it an ultimatum. I'd go as far to call it a threat. And I don't like to see elected officials threatening each other in this way. Hochul's worried about her reelection, and she knows that a tax hike in any way, shape, or form will not be received well by voters. So this isn't just about her winning. It's that people don't want it, and he doesn't get that message.
But he'll probably do it if she wins, and Bruce Blakeman, she'll probably do it anyway, just like the whole congestion pricing thing, which she's sure she wouldn't do.
And it was debacle.
So let's break this down. Option one, number one, tax the wealthy. Raise the taxes already on corporations. We're already one of the most unattractive tax states in the country. Can only be approved by the state government. That's where Kathy Hochul comes in. But so does the legislature. And the Governor Hochul has insisted she isn't in favor of that, but she's already given a little bit on child care, too.
Yes. And what she's trying to do is the reasonable, sensible thing. But that's when he pivots and he says, okay, if you don't give me what I want, here's what I'm going to do. And this is what is distressing, because this ends up hurting the people, many of them, that he proposed that he would help with affordability, because these 3 million homes that are going to get hit with this real estate tax, these are not all millionaires.
You know, he went from, we're just going to raise things on the top, 1% or 2%. I'm just checking the feed. It's coming on. And now it's become, you're forcing me to do this. I'm going to take your money. I'm going to put a extra 10% on your property, an extra 10%. Can you imagine wherever you are right now, your real estate property taxes going up by 10%? There goes any of the money you were getting back from your tax return. It's gone. Thin air. New Yorkers are waking up, and this guy's like, I gotta do it. I'm forced to do it. And if Kathy Hochul doesn't raise it from the state level, I'm gonna do it here.
These are a lot of very normal people that will end up not being able to afford to live here. They will flee the city, and the problem gets worse.
And they are already fleeing the city for Texas, and including major corporations like J.P. Morgan, believe it or not, has more people in Texas right now at their Dallas building than that mammoth building a few blocks from here, because it pays to move the people to Texas where there is no state tax.
And I just want to make the point, because you're bringing up a great point about businesses. That's why either of these options is a terrible option, and he needs to just abort and move on to something else. Because if you go with option one, which Hochul is fighting, more businesses will leave.
New York is in such trouble. You didn't see this coming, and you elected a smiling Muslim communist whose only objective at this point is to give money to poor people and his friends from other countries. Where did you think he was going to get the money from? What did you think business was going to do? What did you think people with money were going to do? Did you think they'd just sit there and take it up the rear end? You think that people, especially people in businesses who have the ability, aren't going to opt for 95 South? Of course. See, I think there's something more sinister happening here. I think he wants to drive away the money. I think in his mind that he probably thinks most of those people are white. Let's get them out of here anyway, because I can bring in other people here, or, and we'll just make it flip even worse. I think this is insidious. And why do I think it's insidious? Because AOC, who is from from the Bronx or whatever she's from, this is her area. This is Chuck Schumer's area. How are AOC and Chuck Schumer not screaming about this? Let that sink in. It was funny, I was talking to people about it today, and they're talking about he's the mayor of New York. In case you're not familiar with the geography up there, is 5 boroughs: the Bronx, Brooklyn, obviously Manhattan, Queens, and I think the other one is Staten Island. So he's the mayor of all of that. And yeah, they're still getting ready. And so it includes where AOC is from. It includes where Chuck Schumer is from. It includes where Hakeem Jeffries is from. And you let me know, you can go on X and tell me if you've heard anything from any of them after this happened. Not a word, just silence.
Looks at businesses as a problem. He looks at renters. He also has a plan in place. He wants to freeze the rent. Look out for that. Extra measures that he could be doing if he has to go to a plan B. He says he's got to propose pulling $1.2 billion from the city's rainy day fund, which if you have debt, I didn't know you had a rainy day fund, and retire health care savings. What is that?
I mean, you hurt the retirees. The rainy day fund, they do this all the time with the SPR. Joe Biden did it in an oil perspective, right? They would just drain down the SPR. It's there for emergencies. Things can happen. Hurricane Sandy. We had 9/11. I never want to see those things happen again. But that's what rainy day funds are for.
And of course,
and that's why they loathe the Trump accounts. The Trump accounts, which are eventually designed to take the place of Social Security and make young people grow up and have a nest egg, they can't touch. They can't get their hands on the rainy day fund. But everything else that they can touch, we're going to go after the rainy day fund. We're going to go after the retirement fund, the pension plans, just so we can give it to other people.
New York City's latest budget, $127 billion. Give you an idea, Florida has $117 billion.
See, he didn't explain this one enough. And he's looking at this and he's like, Florida has and it looks like the numbers are close. New York has $127 billion budget. Florida has 117, but it's the whole doggone state. He wants to spend $127 billion just in New York City. They're so screwed. Oh, my goodness.
Population almost 3 times, and you've got a budget that's lower. How is it possible for a city to be spending this much?
Because of the social welfare programs and also providing health care and housing to illegal immigrants.
I don't know what New Yorkers are going to do at this point. I don't know if you can do a recall or what, but otherwise you're screwed. Right now they're getting ready in here. Hold on, let me cut that music. The Charlie Brown. But looks like a nice room. I'm not sure. Is that the Roosevelt room? I'm not sure where this room is, but they're getting ready, and we will cut to it as soon as President Trump walks out. But I love to see it. The racist guy that President Trump is celebrating Black History Month, and look at that room. That room is full of Black people, which I'm sure you won't see this on MSNBC or whatever it is, or CNN. But interesting, very interesting. So let me continue so hopefully I can get this in before he comes out. What happens in these blue states when you go after business?
Probably sometime next year, within 12 to 18 months, I will meet him in Miami and give him Real Estate Agent of the Year award.
Kevin O'Leary lives in Miami Beach, and he knows it. He sees it. I see it. It's absolutely going crazy.
Because I'm not happy with what's happening. I can't get across the bridge anymore. I live in Miami Beach. Everybody from New York and New Jersey and Massachusetts is moving into my neighborhood. I'm pissed off. And this guy's just doing more of it. What he's proposing is beyond insane, but I love it.
You are very
I'm like everybody else. Listen, you guys live here. You're not paying your fair share.
I don't live here.
You've got to pay 110%. That's the right thing to do. Because he's not cutting spending.
No, but
he's just going to tax you into oblivion.
I found this very interesting charts.
Okay, so here comes Abby Phillip, and she thinks she's got a gotcha here. And it's really, oh gosh, this is too funny.
Data for you, Kevin.
Thank you.
The last time there was a tax hike on the wealthiest, this was in 2021. Take a look at this chart. You see what's going on there? The number of people making more than $200,000 in the city increased. The number of people making between $200,000 and $1 million increased. Everybody who makes a lot of money, there were more of them in New York City.
Okay,
so the idea
Abby,
that there was some...
True, Why not increase taxes to 110% if it's so good?
Look,
let's go.
Don't get mad at me.
I'm not mad. I'm excited about it.
I'm just asking you.
Because I want you to pay, not me.
I'm asking you, is there really proof of the brain drain that you say,
it's
the money drain?
England in the...
She doesn't believe that people are leaving. You see, if people watch that chart, one of the things that was very interesting about it is that she said people who make over 200, people who make over 500, people who make over $1 million, their income went up. But what wasn't on that chart was how many people stayed. How many people were there who made that money? Because what ends up happening is as people leave, a couple other people have to take up the slack. But she's just talking about individuals without any numbers associated, and she's not talking about actual businesses.
Late 60s, it's called.
So then why are there more multimillionaires in New York now than the last time they raised taxes?
Listen, I don't think they're paying their fair share.
I have lived in South Florida for 46 years. And there is no doubt that we are seeing an exodus of very, very wealthy people, billionaires, from California and from New York into South Florida.
It must have pained her. It must have hurt Ana Navarro to chime in with that. Yeah, I've lived here for 40 years, and I can't even tell you how many people are flooding in here. It's not a lie. It is actually what is happening. I can't even believe it. A news host on CNN is trying to refute it. Hey, Abby, come on down. Come on down and spend the weekend. You don't have to spend that long. Spend the weekend and see what's going on down here in South Florida. Kevin O'Leary, 100% correct. I've been telling you that. It's crazy. And even Ana Navarro, who hates Trump, is like, yeah, it's been crazy.
Florida, there are no state taxes. Every day I open up the news and there's a new real estate record that has been broken in home sales because Larry Page is moving down and he just bought a place for $100 and some million. Zuckerberg.
I'm sorry. Look at her face. Look at her face. Liberal lying Karen can't take it. Oh my God, people with money are leaving. They're not going to participate in communism? That should be a frickin' poster right there. Oh my gosh. Oh, it's even on Fox right now. They've got this same piece. They've got this same piece on Fox right now. Oh my gosh. The reality of the situation is something that the liberals can't get away from, because even the people sitting right next to them, people like Ana Navarro, like, yeah, they're all leaving. Sorry about your luck, but somebody turn off the lights in New York as you leave it.
Is moving down. So the bottom line is this: when you put a hike on taxes on just the very wealthy, you run the risk of those very wealthy not paying it, because they will find a way to have a loophole and to skirt those taxes, even if it means moving to Indian Creek and, living in billionaires' bunker. They can afford to do so. The people, the people who have to live in New York to work may not be able to afford to do that. But if you've got
her Republican side just came out again. Oh, wait, I think he's getting ready to come out. Let me finish this before he. Oh, he's here. Here comes the boss. I'll come back to that. Okay.
This is a nice full room. We have a ballroom being built right now. So in about a year and a half, we'll be able to have about, I'd say, 10 times the number. We can invite some friends that couldn't make it today because, frankly, this was a sold-out crowd. Has been ever since I've been president. Every year it's been sold out. So a lot of great friends. Here's your knockout panel, okay, for those that are interested. See that curtain? You open that curtain, and it's a beautiful funnel right into the most beautiful ballroom. It's being built right now. So it's pretty, and they wanted it for 150 years. We're getting it done a lot. We're getting a lot of other things done, too. Well, I want to thank you all and welcome you to the White House on this very special occasion. It is indeed. I've been at every one of them, and we celebrate the 100th anniversary of Black History Month. That's a big deal. 100. Wow. That's sort of special, the 100th. That's about as, like 150 is good, but 200 is better, right? 100 is better. I want to begin by expressing our sadness at the passing of a person who I knew very well. Jesse was a piece of work, I want to tell you. He was a piece of work, but he was a good man. He was a real hero, and I just want to pay my highest respects to Reverend Jesse Jackson. He's a good man. He was actually, as you got to know him, he got better and better all the time. A lot of people, you get to know them, they get worse and worse. Jesse got better and better. But I knew him well long before becoming president, and he really was special with lots of personality, grit, and street smarts. You would say Jesse had serious street smarts, right? A very important ingredient to life, I will tell you. He was gregarious and someone who truly loved people and a force of nature. He was somebody that we're going to greatly miss. And on behalf of everyone here today, I know you join me in sending our condolences to the entire family. Had a great family. We're also honored to be joined this afternoon by many exceptional African-American leaders and patriots, including Secretary Scott Turner, recommended. Where is Scott? Where is Scott? Will you come up here, Scott? He was recommended by somebody who's very special to me, Ben Carson. Ben Carson. Where's Ben? Where's Ben? Come on up here, Ben. Come here. I got to get here. And his wonderful wife, Candy. Candy, I'm going to steal Ben for a second because, you know, Ben recommended Scott. And when Ben recommends somebody, I just do it. Did I make a good decision? Be careful. Don't fall, Ben. If you fall, that's the end. You can never recover from a fall. You know, you can make the greatest speech ever, but if you fall, my predecessor taught me that. So is Scott doing a good job, Ben?
He's doing the best job ever.
Come on, say that. I like it.
You know, one of the reasons I was so high on Scott Turner is he was really the driving force behind the opportunity zones, which doesn't get nearly the attention that it should, but it was because President Trump realized that the best way to get things done is through public-private partnerships and have everybody with skin in the game, and it is working, as are all the other things that he's been recommending. And at some point, the mainstream media will recognize that you don't politicize everything. You open your eyes and your ears, and you look and you see what works, and you deal with that. But the best thing about Scott, he's got a lot of energy. You know, I'm an old man now. I'll be 75 on my next birthday. And I'm not like President Trump. He just goes forever. But no one else is like that. But Scott Turner, we call him the Energizer Bunny, and he is doing a fantastic job. And I want to congratulate all the people at HUD because most of them have come back and continued with what we were doing during the first Trump term, and it's fantastic.
Thank you very much, Scott.
Well, just very briefly, thank you, Mr. President. We are so grateful for your leadership and for your heart for America. And Dr. Carson, who is a tremendous just leader, servant leader, and been a great mentor to me. And, you know, I never thought that I would see the day where I'm standing between the president and Dr. Ben Carson. That's pretty cool. Yeah. And so I just want to say to everyone that's here, you know, as we celebrate this special day in not only Black history, but American history, this year that we've been here, under President Trump. The Lord has been so gracious to us, and he's been faithful, and the president has been a tremendous leader in his work ethic, his heart for people. And when he says America first, he really does mean America first. Yeah. And to be able to stand on the shoulders of Dr. Ben Carson and for the president to trust Dr. Carson at his word is truly humbling for me. And so to stand now as the servant leader and the secretary of HUD, I'm grateful to the Lord. I'm grateful to the president and Dr. Carson. And I promise you we will continue to do good work and to make not just housing affordable and everybody achieve the American dream, but really to bring transformation. And so that those that are in our country who depend on subsidies and this, that, and the other will get off of that and live a life of self-sustainability. So God bless y'all.
Thank you. And Ben mentioned opportunity zones. We did that. And I want to thank Tim Scott because he really, it was his baby. That was his baby. And he did a great job with it. We appreciate it. And again, Candy, thank you very much for being here. Special woman. Ben's getting the Presidential Medal of Freedom. That's the biggest, it's the highest award you could have outside of the Congressional Medal of Honor. But it's better because, a lot of people get the Congressional Medal of Honor. They're not around. You get them, they're not around. Whereas we don't have to go that far, generally speaking. But it's the highest award, civilian. And then you have the matching is the Congressional Medal of Honor, both tremendous. So, Ben, I'll be seeing you back here pretty soon, I think, and you're going to get the award. You'll probably fill up this room. I said, we'll do it in the Oval Office. He said, sir, it's not big enough. I said, what? So we're going to do it right here, okay? And we love it. I'd like to also thank Senior Counsel to the Assistant Attorney General. He's a fantastic man. He's been my friend for a long time, Leo Terrell. There's no better. We have time, right? Do we have time? Yes? Anybody have to go? Come on up here, Leo. Get up here. This guy, he says it like it is. I like Leo. Come here, Leo. Look at you, spry. 2.0. Leo 2.0.
Let me just thank you very much, Mr. President. First of all, we are living under the administration of the greatest president in our lifetime. And we have the hottest country in our lifetime. And I want to make sure the mainstream media knows this because you represent the people who basically counter what the mainstream media has done. President Trump was the president who fully funded historically black colleges and universities. President Trump took the lead and performed criminal justice reform. President Trump made sure that we had opportunity zones. Let me close by saying this. This country is at a crossroads, and we have the right president at the right time. And if you want school choice, like I know you do, President Trump wants it. If you want a law and order society and secure border, President Trump wants that. And more importantly, I say this because this is the greatest country on the planet. American citizens should decide American election. Vote for the Save Act.
Thank you. Leo 2.0. We love Leo. Thank you, Leo. That was very good. Yeah, 4 more years. Anyway, so he's a special guy. I watched him on Sean Hannity a long time ago. He used to be a Democrat, Leo was a Democrat. That's a long time ago, right? Can you imagine you were a Democrat? I can't imagine it. You'd see him with Leo 2.0 up in the hat. We love him. He's a great man, actually. General Counsel for the Department of War, Earl Matthews. That's a big deal. Thank you, Earl. Thank you very much. I see Johnny over there with a great book. How's the book doing? Good? What a great person you are. Great book. White House Pardon Czar. This is a big job. Alice Johnson. Alice. Where's Alice? What a sweetheart. I met Alice and she was incarcerated for what some people would say today is not even a fine, right, Alice? It's not even a fine. And I said, how long has she been in jail? 22 years. I said, 22 years? And right, Alice? And come on up here, Alice. Come on up. I said, 22 years, and she was on a phone call. This was over a phone call. I know about fake phone calls too, Alice, you know, remember? They tried to get me in a fake phone call. But Alice was in jail for like 22 years. I said, how many years does she have left? 28. I said, 28 years left. And I said it, and I mean, she admitted she made a little mistake, but it was not the kind of a mistake that you serve 50 years in jail for. Like maybe a couple of months, maybe less than that. And I said, this is the most unfair. And then when I met her, I fell in love. I found my wife was very upset with it. Our great First Lady did not like that, Scott. She didn't like it, but Alice is great. And say a couple of words. It was so ridiculous. 22 years, she had 28 left. And I said, let's get her the hell out. And we got her out. We did a commute. And then when I got to know her, she was so high quality, I said, full pardon. So she's cleaner than anybody in this room, even than my friend right here. She's cleaner. Because of that, she's cleaner than anybody in this room.
Thank you, Mr. President. The feeling was mutual. I fell in love with this man, with his heart, with his heart for this country, with his heart to really bring America back to the form of greatness that it deserved. And that's exactly what he has done. My story is truly a Joseph story. This president right here, President Donald Trump, brought me from the prison pit to the White House. Only in America could there be a story like my story. And President Trump is the only president who would have had the courage to bring someone like me, someone who received a second chance, but who knows more than someone who has sit among the captives, than someone who has been in captivity themselves. I did not get comfortable in my own freedom, but I went back, as Harriet Tubman said she did. She went back to draw many others into freedom. And President Trump has listened to those recommendations. There's so much more to come, because when you see me, you see a miracle, you see hope, you see second chances, and you see someone who is willing to roll up their sleeves and do the work, do the hard work to help individuals gain their freedom. President Trump did something historic in his first term. He signed the First Step Act into law. And for that, over 40,000, and that number is low, over 40,000 individuals have come home to their families early. And you know, many of those were Black Americans who had no hope. This president right here, as you look out upon this sea of Black Americans, this president hears you. This president cares for you. Don't let anyone tell you that this president right here, Donald Trump, is not for Black America, because he is. I'm standing here today as a testament to how he feels about Black Americans. There has never been a position like this. I don't know if there ever will be before. But I worked with him in his first term, and I'm proud to now officially have the title to make it happen. Let's get real with the realness. Let's get behind President Trump, who truly has turned our nation around and made us the envy of every country in the world. Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, God, for recognizing and raising up this man to be the leader of the free world. I love you.
She's a great woman. You know, when I was looking for a pardon person, like a pardon czar, they gave me somebody from Harvard, somebody from Yale, somebody from Princeton, somebody from Penn, somebody from Stanford. And I said, do you know anything about it? Well, we can learn. You know, they can learn. And when I met Alice, I said, she's better than these people. And she's done a fantastic job. You know, I said to Alice, I said, so I'm looking for people like you to let out. How many people are there like you? She said, many. I said, many in jail. Think of it, 22 years she was in jail, and she had 28 years to go on a phone call. You admit you did a little something wrong, right? But it was like, okay, it wasn't 50 years. Even if you said 6 months, today it would be probably nothing. But even if you said some little time, but I said, I'm looking for other people like you. How many are there? Many. Then I was worried, I said, well, maybe she's going to say everybody should be let out. We're not a believer in that. I said, so Alice, are there people that shouldn't be? You met a lot of people, right? Are there people that shouldn't be let out? Absolutely. Then I felt better. Because there are some bad ones in there too, right? But you are fantastic, and you've been great and so respected all over the country, all over the world, in a sense. You've become a very big story. Thank you very much, Alice. I appreciate it. And we have Lynn Patton. Lynn, thank you. You've been such a help. And Kelly Mitchell, thank you, Kelly. Thank you. Where's Kelly? Thank you, Kelly. And we have Dr. Alveda King. Thank you, darling. Thank you. You've been with me from day one, right? From day one, she's been there. She's been fighting for me, and I fight for her. I don't have to do too much fighting for her. She takes care of herself. Thank you. Thank you. We can say Merry Christmas is right. Thank you. Thank you for all that support for years, right? Even before Alice, a long time, years before Alice, right? Thank you, darling. Corinne Rankin, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you, Corinne. And Deontay Johnson, thank you. And a man who's been with me for a long time, and he's never asked me for a thing. Bruce, thank you very much. Bruce Lavelle, thank you very much. I wasn't sure if they had your name down here, Bruce. I was going to mention you anyway, okay? But they had your name. They did a job, finally. They always leave a lot of names out, and that bothers me. Like I see Scott Bessent, his name was left out. First time ever. Look at Scott. I'm looking for his name. I said, I better. He's the greatest Treasury Secretary we've ever had. I think how's the economy doing, Scott? Good? The best. It's really, people are going to see, and watch the State of the Union. We're going to be talking about the economy. We inherited a mess, and now we have prices way down. We have energy way down. Gasoline is now breaking $2 a gallon in many places, and it's been actually amazing, but Scott's fantastic. I don't want to forget to mention it might be in big trouble. All of a sudden, the economy would turn bad on us. I'd say, what happened? It was Scott. Thank you, Scott. And Secretary Lori Chavez DeReamer. Lori, thank you very much. For your Secretary of Labor, Assistant Attorney General Harmeet Diller. How are you doing? How are you doing with Harvard? How are you doing with Harvard? You know, Harvard's extremely discriminatory, unfortunately, and it's working good. Harmeet is on their trail, right? Good. You keep suing them. The hell with them. I like the historically black colleges and universities, which I saved. Leo 2.0 said it, but which I saved. We saved them. They had no funding, and every year they'd come back, and I got to know some of the heads, and every year they'd come back, and after my third year, first term, I said, you guys keep coming back. Why do you keep coming back? He said, we have to come back every year. For years and years, they had to come back. And one of them said, one of the heads, a great guy, said, they make us feel like beggars. We have to come back. I said, I'm going to get you long-term financing. And I got it for them. And I said, the only bad thing, I'll never see you guys again. I haven't seen too many of them. But we took care of the historically black colleges and universities, right? And it was a great thing to do. And so many others are in the audience that are just friends of mine. I look at them, so many. But if I introduce all of you, we're going to be here a long time, and that's unacceptable. Not only are we celebrating the century of Black History Month, also, as you know, this year we'll also be celebrating the 250th anniversary of our nation's founding. And the good thing, when they cheated on the election, they made me wait 4 years, and because I waited 4 years, I get the 250th year. I get the Olympics, which I was the one that got it, and I get the World Cup. So I got the World Cup, and I said, you know, it's too bad before all this nonsense took place. I said, it's too bad. I got the World Cup to come here. Johnny, another Johnny, we got the World Cup. It was fantastic, the head of it, one of the great people. And I said, the only bad part is I won't be in office because my 4 years will be up. This would have been the more traditional route. And then they cheated on the election, and I said, now we won by so much. We won by millions of votes, but they cheated. It was during a COVID period, and they cheated. And we did it again, and we made it too big to rig, too big to rig. And by doing that, I ended up getting the Olympics. I ended up, because we were responsible for both of them. And we're going to have a great year, but we're going to have a great 3 years. We're going to have hopefully we're going to have a great century, because that's ultimately what it is. We'll get it started. But as we honor America's 250, and I can't say that I got the 250. I tried doing that a couple of times, Bruce. I said, I got the Olympics, I got the World Cup, and I got the 250th year. They said, you didn't do that. I said, you're right about that. I didn't do 250. We happened to be here at the right time. That's all that was. But we thank God for the strength and courage and grit and devotion of Black Americans who have helped make America the most powerful country in the history of the world. We now have. And you saw that with our attack a few weeks ago on Venezuela. We have the greatest military in the world. We make the greatest equipment in the world. There's nobody even close. Nearly 10,000 African Americans fought for the patriot cause in the Revolutionary War. Did you know that? 10,000, and it's actually a number even, I've heard even higher than that, helping secure our independence in every generation since, from the Buffalo Soldiers to the Tuskegee Airmen. Black Americans have stepped forward to defend the flag and to defend our country like few others, really, like few others. And you've never really been given the recognition that you should get for that. You know that, Ben? I don't think a lot of people have given the kind of recognition, but everyone knows all about the Tuskegee Airmen. They were great and amazing. The Buffalo Soldiers, do you know the Buffalo Soldiers? Good stuff, right? From jazz to the blues, that you know, that you do get recognition for. Jazz, the blues, from rock and roll to rap, Black artists like Chuck Berry, Muddy Waters. How about Nicki Minaj? Do we love Nicki Minaj? Right? I love Nicki Minaj. She was here a couple of weeks ago. She's so beautiful. Her skin's so beautiful. I said, Nicki is so beautiful. Her nails are like that long. I said, Nicki, are they real? She said, she didn't want to get into that. But she was so beautiful and so great, and she gets it, you know, more importantly, frankly, she gets it. But Black leaders from Frederick Douglass to Martin Luther King, right, little relative over here, have made our country freer, and really what they've really done is made life more just. And Black athletes have inspired billions around the globe, from Sugar Ray Robinson, Sugar Ray Leonard also, by the way, great, what a great fighter. Muhammad Ali, who was a friend of mine. I put a picture of myself and Muhammad. It was another piece of work. You talk about a piece of work. But he could fight, couldn't he, huh? Mike Tyson, boy, I tell you, Mike has been loyal to me. Whenever they come out, they say, Trump's a racist. You know, it's like a statement. Trump's a racist. Mike Tyson goes, he's not a racist. He's my friend. He's been there from the beginning, good times and bad. But Mike Tyson's a great guy, and he was so loyal, always been loyal. And Herschel Walker, speaking about loyal, how good a football player was Herschel? Herschel Walker, now he's ambassador to the Bahamas. I don't know, Bahamas, Bermuda. Is he Bahamas? Whatever. It's nice, a nice place. You'd like that, Bruce, wouldn't you? Bruce wants it. And a guy I became he liked Trump, Jim Brown. He was tough. He'd come in, he was very silent. He was silent but deadly. He'd come in and he'd look at people, and if he didn't like them, he'd just look at me and he'd go, "It's no good." He'd want to rip their heart out. I would say there can't be a greater football player than Jim Brown. By the way, Lawrence Taylor, great friend. The great Lawrence Taylor, the greatest defensive player probably in the history of football. He's a great friend of mine. But I'm longer off the tee than him. You know why? Because I take the club back further. He takes the club back this far, and he hits it 200 yards. When you can do that, you're strong. He is a great guy, I'll tell you that. And all of this is a part of the legacy that we celebrate on July 4th, 2026, because Black History Month is really all about American history. And this is a big year. This is a big year for you. During my first term, I was honored to deliver unprecedented victories for Black Americans and all Americans, frankly. But Black Americans, I single-handedly secured record long-term funding for. I told you, the historically Black colleges and universities. I created nearly 9,000 opportunity zones with our great secretary. And also, I think we have to do, and as I said before, Tim Scott really, he came to me with that idea, and we put it into use, right, Scott? And I signed historic criminal justice reform into law. We got criminal justice reform. Just so you know, for 30 years, you, more than any other group of people, has been trying to get criminal justice reform, and they couldn't do it. And a group of people came to my office, and they asked me to do it. They couldn't get it. They needed 5 conservative votes in the Senate, and conservative was 5 conservative white votes in the Senate. And of the 5, all 5 of them were totally against, and I called them up, and they were great. They were great. And one of them was Senator John Kennedy, to be honest with you. He was not in favor of it, and I spoke to him, and he was 100%. He's a great senator, a great guy, and you know that he was a tremendous help. So we got criminal justice reform done and approved, and nobody thought it could be done. And it's no wonder that in 2024, we won more African-American votes than any Republican presidential candidate in history. And just over 1 year ago, we had a dead country. We were a dead country. Scott just said it. We were dead as a doornail. We had an idiot as a president. We had a man that was not a president. Number one, he didn't win the election. He was not a president. Yeah, right. He was a real beauty, wasn't he? He allowed 25 million people into our country. Many of them should not have been here. And we've done. Now we have, by the way, we went from the worst border in history to the best, by far, the best border in history. But I had the support of many people, Bruce. I had the support of many people in this room, and we've got right now the hottest country anywhere in the world. King of Saudi Arabia told me that. He said, "You were a dead country a year and a half ago. Now you're the hottest country. We're the hottest country right now anywhere in the world. And you're a big part of it. And you're a big beneficiary." I tell you what, take a look at your 401ks. Has anybody got a 401k that's lower than it was? Better put your hand down. Lower than it was a year ago? They're double. I mean, they are through the roof. The stock market has hit 53 all-time record highs since the election. And earlier this month, the Dow Jones Industrial Average rose above 50,000 for the first time ever. Right, Scott? First time ever. And also, you know, they don't talk about this. The S&P broke 7,000. So when I got elected, they said, for the S&P to break 7,000 within 4 years would be a great achievement for the president. And for the Dow Jones to break 50,000 would be a great thing, but it's not possible. They were talking about in 4 years. Scott, they said in 4 years it would not be possible to break 50,000 or 7,000 under these two very important, call them a metrics. And you know what happened? We broke it before the end of my first year. So, right? So we did something. So they said we couldn't do it in 4 years. We did it in 1 year. More Americans are working today than at any time in American history. So we have more Americans right now working than at any time. And you know, when I say this stuff, I get the fake news back there, a lot of it. Thank you. I agree. Sometimes we have to be very careful because they actually go, and it's not pretty, Leo. We have to get Leo and the DOJ involved. But think of that, Leo, think of that. More Americans are working today than any time in history. And since I took office, African-American employment has increased by 182,000, the highest ever. Jobs. 182,000. Nearly 500,000 black Americans have rejoined the labor force since we took office. 500,000 wages for workers have increased $1,000, $2,000, even $3,000, and even sometimes in some cases $5,000 a year. That's faster than inflation. So wages have gone up at a much faster clip than inflation. We took over the worst inflation in the history of our country. They say 48 years or 49 years. I said that, I said inflation under Biden has went up more than at any time in the history of our country. They said, he's not right about that. It's 49 years. I said, all right, I'll accept that too. Actually, I think it sounds worse, Harmeet. I think for some reason, because when you say the worst ever, but when you say the worst in 49 years, I'll take that, right? The fake news got me on that one. I think I was right, by the way, but I'll accept 48 or 49 years. But for the first time in many years, 100% of all net job creation is going to American-born citizens. Think of that, 100%. And in the last administration was going mostly to illegal aliens that came in, many of them murderers and others. Last summer, we passed the largest working-class tax cuts in the history of our country. That includes no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, no tax on Social Security for our great seniors. And you're going to see that, it just kicked in on January 1st. You're going to see tremendous results, and they're already seeing it. And I think we're going to have GDPs, we're going to have numbers that nobody's ever seen before, Scott. Joining us this afternoon, and really somebody that is fantastic, Annetta Bradford. In 2019, Annetta and her husband opened an incredibly successful coffee shop in Arkansas named Hebrews 11:1. That's an interesting name. No one thinks that the no tax on tips matters. Well, it does matter, and it mattered a lot to Annetta. And she was able to grow her business just in a short period of time and hired more employees. And she's making a fortune. I'd like you to give some of the people in that room some of that money, Annetta. You should make it a lot. Annetta, come in. Arnetta, come. Where are you? Arnetta, come on up here, Arnetta. Come on up. Hi, darling. Let me move that down.
I can't do anything first but say to God be the glory. Amen. I have no business being here other than him having me here. And so, I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to preach. I'm going to settle myself. Thank you so much for inviting me and having me here. It's such an honor to be here today. Hebrews 11:1. People ask me all the time, why did I even open a business? Why did I even call it Hebrews 11:1? Hebrews 11:1 is my very favorite scripture. Now faith is the substance of things hoped for and the evidence of things not seen. That scripture has walked with me, it has grown me from a little girl on up. Not having no longer my mother here, no longer having my father here, my husband not having his mother and his father here. We opened Hebrews 11:1 with no funding, no money, no big family investors, no business loans, didn't have great credit. It was us and faith in God. That was 7 years ago. But I ran that business with just myself and one employee. Then here comes no tax on tips. I was able to hire 7 more employees just by what she did. Not only that, I was able to open a second location on our college campus. Things are just going off simply because having now faith. And so I love the fact of that scripture. Now, I say all of that I'm trying to stick to my little written down thing that I wrote. I don't know how to do that so well. But as a small business owner, I understand how critical support is. I understand that you have to have the right people that make the right policies for us as small business owners. So no tax on tips has been an extremely blessing for me and my business. Not just mine, but I know so many people across the country. I know a lot of us don't want to talk about the good part of it. We only want to share the negative, but I'm here today to tell you you've done a great thing. Thank you for just loving on us and showing us that even in small town Hope, Arkansas, and I have got to say this, I have the best governor in the world. I don't only just call Sarah my friend, I call her my sister. And so that's why I am here today to just tell you that No Tax on Tips has been an amazing blessing for me. President Trump has been an amazing blessing for me. And at the end of the day, Jesus has been an amazing blessing for me. I love you guys and thank you so much because I am a youth pastor, but I will not preach on today. I love y'all. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Good job, huh? So thank you very much, Arnetta. And we can't provide opportunity for the next generation if we do not also have a thing called law and order. We need law and order. You know, Washington, D.C. is amazing. It was a crime capital. It was a horror show. A year ago, it was really dangerous, and now it's one of the safest cities anywhere in the country. And we're in Memphis, Tennessee now, where it's like a different world. In 4 months, we've made it safe. We're in Louisiana, as you know. We're in lots of other places, and we have the lowest crime numbers that we've had in many years. We have the lowest murder numbers in 125 years, since 1900. And that's despite the fact that a lot of people are here, but those people have been taken out. Lots of them have been taken out. That's why we stopped the invasion at the southern border. And just 1 year ago, and think of this, 1 year ago, we had the absolute worst border that we've ever had, and now we have the safest border that we've ever had. So it's going to be really something. 125 years ago, that's before my father was born. I had a wonderful father, but that was before. So we have, murders are down from 125 years. We had the best numbers. When you think about it, that's pretty incredible. And those numbers are made up by Democrats. Can you believe it? They don't want to give me those numbers. They can add a couple of people here and there. But I've also deployed the National Guard to bring back safety to Memphis and to New Orleans and Washington. And the National Guard has been incredible, and people are safe. In the case of Washington, the restaurants were all closing up. People were getting really badly hurt and killed, frankly, many people killed. And now you can walk down the street and you have nothing to fear. We have one of the safest cities in the world, and it happened very fast, Bruce. One of those who knows the importance of this mission is Felicia Cook, a lifelong Washingtonian who tragically lost her grandson to violence in 2017. Felicia, we're so sorry, and you are a spectacular person. If you could say a few words, please. Thank you very much. Yes, come on in. Oh, yeah. Oh, help her up. We don't want any mistakes. Come on in.
First of all,
Thank
I have a hug?
Yes, you can. Thank you, Karoline. That's so nice. I like her. Please.
I like him too. One thing I like about him, he keeps it real just like Grandma. I appreciate that because I can trust him because he tells exactly how he feels and what he thinks. Thank God for this president. I am filled, my cup runneth over. Because he allowed his constituents, his people, to come to my house to interview me, to talk about the murder of my grandson. It seemed like nobody cared. I'm an advocate for murder. I marched, I rallied, I pulled out other families in the District of Columbia that had murders and did not have answers. Ooh. We marched and we rallied, and nobody heard me, Democrats. Get mad at me. Until this Republican sent his constituents, his people out there to interview me in my home. Have you ever heard of a thing? Then they invited me twice before Congress to testify for the beautiful bill that's going to change crime in the district. If you kill somebody, okay, you take a life, you do life. Just that simple. If you do a harsh crime, you do harsh time. Just that simple. And then we need National Guard, and which we did years ago. He brought it on. I love him. I don't want to hear nothing you got to say about that racist stuff. And don't be looking at me on the news hating on me because I'm standing up for somebody that deserves to be standing up for. Get off the man's back. Let him do his job. He's doing the right thing. Back up off of him. And Grandma said it.
Wow. That's pretty good. When is she running for office? Felicia, when are you running for office, please? You have my endorsement. You have my endorsement, Felicia. Thank you, darling. That's great. What a great, and it's from the heart. Your little baby, right, was just so horribly taken from you. Under the Trump administration, we believe that no community should be abandoned to the scourge of violent crime, and we're saving thousands and thousands of lives in many cities. And frankly, if these radical left lunatic Democrats would come and say, please help us, please, we'd stop crimes all over the place. And we're doing it in a lot of cities. Sometimes we have to force ourselves upon them because they're so bad. And I don't even think they realize what's happening to their cities and their towns. But every town that we go in, every city that we go in, like Washington, Felicia, you feel much safer now, totally safe. You can walk to a restaurant. The restaurants were all closing. Now you can't get a restaurant. The bad news is you can't get into a restaurant. But it's a great thing to see what's happening in Washington. It's like it's a hot place, and hopefully people will be coming in record numbers. And it's been, well, I know we need a little help. You need help in Atlanta. He just said, you're right, Atlanta, we could take care of Atlanta. I'll tell you what, you ought to get them to call me. We could take care of Atlanta so fast. They don't want to call. They don't want to call because they don't want to admit it, and they'll never fix it themselves. Don't forget, we move people out. We don't just go in and, be tough guys. We move people out. We take career criminals and we get them out. We bring them back to the country from where they came. And think of it, 90% of the crime is caused by 2% of the people. Think of it. So when you get the criminals out, you solve a lot of problems. Another way that we're fulfilling our duty to the next generation is the single biggest thing that's happened having to do with schools and education. It's called school choice in our great, big, beautiful bill. Our beautiful bill, which really covers 4 years. We put it all together. That's why we call it the great, big, beautiful bill. This will help millions of African-American children and ensure that no child is condemned to a failing government or a horrible school. And we have a person here who's fantastic on this subject. Greta, would you please come up? Please, Greta, come on up. Thank you. And her beautiful daughter. Thanks, Greta. Thank you very much.
God bless you. Thank you, darling. Well, I ditto, to God be the glory. And we're grateful for our president. He's doing some tremendous work. And I want to remind those that don't know that this was prophesied. So you weren't supposed to have the second term when it came about. This is your season. And God said that it was going to be rough the first 2 years and that things were going to happen. But then the last 2 years are going to be great.
Well, I hope
and
so.
yes, you're going to do some tremendous things. And so for that, we thank you. On behalf of all the mothers all around the world, I'm from Texas. I live in a zip code that I didn't have an opportunity to have a choice to go to school. And so when I raised my children, I wanted a better opportunity for them. And I'm so grateful to ACE scholarships and all of the doors that the president is opening for education. My son was in a school that he didn't have any voice, and he found drugs in school. And he died. And so I'm here today to just show my appreciation for all the moms around the world. We have a choice now. This choice is so important to mothers. I have a child that, because I had a choice, she's in private school. She's thriving. She's thriving. She's going to be an anesthesiology nurse, and she's doing great. And ACE scholarships was a big part of that. Changing education changes everything.
Thank you, Susan.
Changing education changes everything. In my zip code, it feels like we were locked in a cage, and being locked in a cage and can't get out. And because of all of the things that you're doing for education, now we can get out and soar. Our children can have a chance to be prosperous, just like other children. And I thank you for that. This is a great opportunity. So on behalf of all the mothers all around the world, I stand here and I give you your flowers while you can still get them. Thank you. I appreciate you. Give me a hand.
Thank you, sweetie.
And this is Lear.
Look how beautiful. What a beautiful Thank you. Wow, so nice. Thank you very much. Thanks, Greta. So we're calling it end, and I just want to say this is an honor to be here. We celebrate Black History Month. We honor the memory of those who came before us by continuing their legacy and fighting for an American that's really an America that's safe and strong and prosperous. We now have a country that's bigger, better, greater than ever before. I want to thank all my secretaries and all of the people that came here. Our military leaders are here. We have a lot of people that are here, and I want to thank you all. But this is a very special group of people. So happy Black History Month, happy Black History Year, and happy Black History Century. Thank you all. Thank you, Bruce. Thank you. Thank you very much, everybody.
Wow. That's all I can say. I didn't expect that. I don't think most people expected that. That was absolutely phenomenal. While he was talking, I had a little bit of a delivery. Guess what I got? I got myself a little, you probably can't see it, but it's a little light that I can put on and turn off so I know whether or not, the microphone is on. So, yeah, I got myself a little light. In any event, that was phenomenal. That was just simply amazing. I was blown away by it. And it's funny that this happened today after the idiot in the press conference asked, he asked Karoline Leavitt to prove that people have called President Trump racist. Crazy, absolutely crazy. All right, so before we go, let me finish up what I was telling you. I mean, I'm stunned. I'm sitting here. By the way, before I go, did you hear the lady who she quoted Hebrews 11:1? And I actually had to look it up because I'm not good at memorizing Bible verses. But let me just read it to you real quick in case you guys hadn't looked that up. Hebrews 11:1, and what it says is, faith is confidence in what we hope for and assurance about what we do not see. And she titled her business at that. And if you heard what she said, and she's like, I didn't have the education, I didn't have any money, I didn't have any idea what I was going to do. And segue into the point where she's got 7 employees and 2 different locations. I'm going to have to look up and see what her business is. But I hope some of you sat back and went, wait a second, you didn't have any money? You didn't, and you just started this? Yeah. Maybe we should look up her story and if Ashley could get her on, I would love to get her on so she could say to you, you are not stuck wherever you think you're stuck. You can do much more. You can enjoy prosperity. You can start a business from nothing but faith and confidence. And I hope more people heard that message wherever they heard it across the country as President Trump was talking to her and he brought her up there. And I'm like, that's it. That's what I've been trying to tell everybody. That I need to put that in a bottle. I need to put that and clip it because that's specifically what I've been saying. You can do what you don't think you can do, and you can be prosperous, and you don't have to have all kinds of money and backing and experience. Not just from me telling you. You just heard the woman say it. A little small Black woman who could barely see over the podium. And she told you the recipe. Hebrews 11:1. I'm going to have to look that up and see if what the name of her business is. Maybe you guys, maybe not now, maybe not tomorrow, but somewhere in the back of your mind, you're like, you know what? Could she really do that? Could I do what she did? And I hope it inspires you. I hope that there are a few of you out there who've heard that story and went, wait a second, I can probably do this as well. You never know. All right, before the guy comes with the blower for the lawn, let's continue with the whole Mandami thing. I got a little bit more I got to show you.
Private plane, and you've got the ability to move.
We're talking about people who make more than $1 million a year. It's not exactly, I mean, maybe in New York it's
Is that what he's going to tax people? In California, it's billionaires.
That's what the proposal, the proposal is, people who make more than $1 million a year.
She's lying. And it's so funny you have to lie because you can't tell people the truth. The 2% is on the income tax. The 10% of real estate tax is on all real estate. So right there, you can tell that Abby is trying to cover for it right now. She doesn't understand. And Anna was trying to tell her. And Anna is far, far from being a Trump supporter. And she had to try and school her. Like, you know, people with money going to leave. They're going to be out.
It's a very specific group of people. And I'm just asking, realistically, are we really going to see what you're claiming we're going to see? And yeah, there are
we're seeing it.
There are tons of wealthy people moving from California, from all over the country to Florida.
But it's not the person making $1 million a year, which in New York is not as much as it sounds in other places. So it's the person making $50 million a year.
Exactly.
That's moving.
Exactly. So people making $50 million a year are moving, but many of
She's exposing herself as a complete idiot. People making $50 million a year already have a house down here. They probably already have a house in Texas. They probably have a house in an island somewhere. You're an absolute moron. They're not waiting for your permission. They didn't wait for Mandami. I can't even tell you the amount of people who have yachts and everything else down here and live elsewhere just so they can quit domicile, just so they don't have to be taxed. I remember the first time I ever really understood it. This was probably back in 2012. And Robin and I and my former partner, we joined a boat club where you could pay so much per month and just go down and drive a boat. And so we're out on the boat one day and we're driving by and we see this giant yacht. And the giant yacht belonged to Jeff Gordon from NASCAR fame. And we got to talk to some of the people who worked on the boat, and they're like, he takes it out once or twice a year. I'm like, and what do you guys do? Well, we live on the boat. So he had an entire staff living on this 150-foot yacht that he only used once in a while, and he had it parked there because of the tax benefits. No matter where he was racing around the country or around the world, he had a domicile. He had a house here and he had a boat here. Abby, I guess, doesn't understand what goes down in South Florida. And I'm sure, there's probably enclaves in Texas the same way. They don't get it. It's not the people with $50 million who are going to flee because they've already flown. They already have their different boat holes that they go to. It's the much smaller people who have $1 million to like 5 or 10 million who are not going to sit there and pay an extra 10% on their brownstone in New York City. They're going to bolt. That's what she's not getting.
People who are making much less than that, but still much more than middle-class people are probably not moving.
Well, she's wrong. She's wrong. And like Kevin O'Leary said, we're going to have to name Mandami the Realtor of the Year here in South Florida. But it's not just individuals. She's missing the boat on business. Listen to this.
Palantir's name is not on its headquarters in Denver, whether that's the Tabor Center downtown or this glass building in Cherry Creek North. And it does not matter anymore. Based on this social media post this morning and the company's annual...
Okay, let me rewind that because Palantir didn't tell anybody. Where is that? They didn't tell anybody. They just posted on X. We're out. What do you mean? We're out. Notice the words in this tweet that they put out. The tweet has a D after move. They moved. We're gone. We're out. We're down in Miami. Big Willie. Slick Willie. We're getting jiggy with it. They've already gone. They didn't even tell anybody, we out of here. We didn't want the protest. We didn't want people coming here and trying to cause trouble. We just packed up the truck and took off. We're done. We're done with you.
On this social media post this morning and the company's annual investor report today, the AI technology company is now in Florida, just outside of Miami.
Even as we speak, there's activists in Miami mobilizing to keep the pressure on.
Michael.
You're a moron. You sorry excuse for a human being. We're activating. We're going to go down to Miami and good luck with that. You might not want to start the shit down here. I'm just telling you, they will drag you by your ears. And don't even think about trying to block traffic. They've already given us the green light. Run people over. Screw it. They're too stupid. They want to block traffic. You get to be roadkill. They're going to find out this is a whole different area. All the shit they did in Minnesota and some of these other states. Yeah, we shall, and we got ice. No, none of that shit's going to work down here. Even the guys, the cops get out the car and just bop you over the head, drag you over to the side of the road, dump you. Go ahead. Come on down. Come on, Chase Palantir down here.
Has been protesting outside of Palantir's offices in Denver. He would only say his name is Michael.
It is safe to organize, but I like to, be careful what I hand to a international surveillance and targeting company.
The protests outside the offices.
I understand. This guy is in Colorado where the company no longer is. He's going to get on a jet plane and fly all the way to Miami on Biscayne Boulevard, no less, and think he's going to act up down here. Boy, somebody about to get their feelings hurt.
Are in part because of Palantir's military contracts and reports the company is using artificial intelligence software to help ICE with deportations.
We believe that there are still operating offices here in Denver. We definitely won't be stopping our campaign anytime soon.
What I would be looking to is, does it affect any jobs here in Colorado?
What you're going to be this is the governor of Colorado, and he's wondering if it's going to affect jobs here. That's one obtuse statement. The company announces, we're out of here, and you're wondering if it's going to affect the jobs. Newsflash, for sure, in case you don't realize it.
It's not clear whether a headquarters move would or wouldn't affect that.
Neither Democratic Governor Jared Polis nor Denver Mayor Mike Johnston received advance notice. Polis believes more than 500 employees are based in Colorado.
So he didn't get advance notice. What? Why would I tell you and these libtards that we're going to pack up and get out? And they probably didn't even pack. So here's what probably happened, the same way Wall Street is down here. They already came down, flew down here, who knows, sometime in October, found themselves a property, went ahead and signed up the lease, moved all the furniture in, had the internet company come in and wire it, had their security company get the badges and everything, and they probably just got the notification. We're all good. Whenever you want to go, let's go. This didn't happen yesterday. And this is what he doesn't realize. By the way, Palantir, whatever you feel about him, is a security company, do all kinds of different things with AI. This wasn't a spur of the moment thing. Whatever's left in the office building in Denver or whatever, they don't care. They're a $300 billion company. They go ahead and sell that stuff for salvage, or you know what, leave it there and we'll just take the write-off of the rent wherever their offices were. Meanwhile, they had people down here getting everything set up, everything wired, everything, the video monitors, the security systems, and then they got the information that said, okay, we're done. We're ready for you.
Requested a meeting with executives of the company to see if we can learn more.
According to Palantir's annual investor filing today, the company more than tripled its annual revenue to $1.6 billion. The investor filing perhaps hints to a reason for the move. It mentions Colorado's AI bill from 2024. The law requires businesses using AI to protect against algorithmic discrimination and notify consumers when AI makes decisions affecting employment, finance, or healthcare. Palantir writes, compliance with such obligations may be difficult, onerous, and costly, and could
Same thing with New York. Exact same thing with Mandami. You put these onerous libtardy rules in, and you try to pass these laws to hurt business, and then you're sitting there with your pants down when they say, see ya. Socialism is not going to work. The entire libtardery is not going to do anything but just piss people off. And they're not going to tell you. They're smiling in your face and come to your meetings and everything while they've got the crew down here working on putting a building together. Because you don't even think that people will leave, like Abby Phillip. They won't leave. Okay. Why would I sit here and let you screw me? Not going to happen.
adversely affect our business. Palantir also writes, our Colorado headquarters has experienced climate-related events and may continue to at an increasing frequency in the future, including drought, water scarcity, heat waves, and wildfires, and power shutoffs.
Oh, so you decide you got to have these brownouts because you can't have power. And you're telling people that, you can't drive your gas car to work, and there's no water, there's no heat. Why am I dealing with your insanity? And for some reason, people on CNN don't get it. They think that people are just going to accept getting beat. Same thing in California. They don't understand why it's the most amount of people, what they call emigrate, most amount of Americans leaving California. Probably going to be a tight race with them in New York at this point. Again, you can't put a wall around a city like a communist country and try to attack people who don't like what you're having to say, don't like the onerous laws that you're putting in place, and then decide to leave and then get pissed and say, we're going to try and tax you in your new location, which is what Mandami has said. Oh, we'll just keep taxing them if they move to Florida.
I guess I need to reach out to the energy company to find out if they believe they might be to blame with that power shutoff reason.
Yeah, you might have to. Okay, Nimrod. Yeah, you can see. You see what they're dealing with. Look at this dude. Look.
When a company leaves, they're supposed to file a notice with the employment office in the state if there's going to be mass layoffs. We hope to get that notice later this week if Palantir has filed one. I haven't seen it listed yet.
So when we think about why companies move from state to state, sometimes you'll hear tax rates, right? Mm-hmm. But Florida's corporate tax rate is higher than Colorado's, but obviously they have no income tax.
Right. So
obviously. So why the hell did you bring it up, Mo Ron? You guys suck. How about just accepting you suck? How about accepting your blue states? People can't wait to get the hell away from you, and they're not filing any notice. They're just going. They're not going to allow you to try and put handcuffs on them. Oh, you can't use those moving trucks. Those moving trucks aren't electric. You can't use those cardboard boxes. Can't use. No, they got the hell out before you guys even knew what happened. And now they're sitting there going, what do we do?
I guess if you're looking just as a CEO to keep more in your pocket, yeah, that's why athletes go to Florida over different states.
Right, you think about.
Is that a novel concept for libs? I mean, seriously, are they surprised that people want to keep more of their money in their own pockets? What a smug ass thing to say. I guess if you just want to keep more of your money in your own pocket, isn't that the reason you got into business? It's not a nonprofit. You got into business because you want to keep more of your money in your own pocket. You go to work. Why? Not to give it away to libtards, but to keep more of your money in your own pocket. And people have had to live in these blue states and have endured it. But at some point, people are like, I'm done. I am so done. I can't take it anymore. I'm done. I'm, and he's so smug. I gotta play that again. They're trying to keep more money in their own pockets. Imagine that.
Rates, right? But Florida's corporate tax rate is higher than Colorado's, but obviously they have no income tax.
Right. So I guess if you're looking just as a CEO to keep more in your pocket.
Newsflash. Every CEO who runs a business for profit, the main objective, the number one objective, is to keep more money in their pockets. The way he said it, it made me wonder, do these libnuts not understand business? Because why would you even say that? Why would it cross your mind?
Yeah.
That's why athletes go to Florida over different states.
Right, you think about what the impact could be if Palantir leaves town. I didn't see them sponsoring a lot of parades, if you know what I'm saying, right? There weren't a lot of Little League teams wearing Palantir t-shirts.
There are still job postings in Denver today on its website, so there would still be a presence. And I know there are some remote work, so it's unclear. I know the governor said he thought 500 or so employees in Colorado. It's just unclear how many are actually in Colorado.
All right. Interesting stuff. And it just happened like that this morning. Marshall Zellinger, thank you.
Just like that. You're going to see a lot of more of that, just like that stuff happening. Nobody wants what these people are selling. Oh, by the way, but we're not going to win in November. Oh, it's over. The Democrats are going to win. Trump is completely lost. You guys don't even get it. It's over. Midterms are done. Huh? You got entire businesses packing up and leaving, notes on Twitter. Bye. Because Trump is going to lose. Or not Trump, but MAGA. Somebody got to give me a different line. I just saw a black woman get up on the microphone in the White House and tell everybody I started a business with no money and I'm succeeding. I'm making more money. I had to hire people. But we're supposed to believe that we're going to lose the midterms. Make it make sense. I'm serious. Make it make sense. I probably talk about financial stuff more than a lot of other people do because, as you can see, I'm passionate about it. It excites me. It's because that's what I wake up in the morning. I walk my dogs, I sit out and I look at the water and I thank God for blessing me. And I wait for Robin to come out with the other little fluffy one. And she comes out and we watch our daily devotion and say a prayer and spend some time together. And I'm like, I got to go ahead and put the show together. I got to get this done. And God, today she said, I want to say the Lord's Prayer with you today. I'm like, wow, I thought we just read a verse. She goes, no, I want to say the Lord's Prayer with you. And of course, I said it with her. And I'm like, what made you say that? She goes, I want every single day for us to start our days like that. So that when you head to the office and you got to do what you got to do, you remember you're being blessed. I'm like, I don't forget it. I ain't forgetting it at all. And I know we're blessed for living down here. And I know a lot of people don't live in Florida. But wherever you are, you have the opportunity. One of the things President Trump talked with Scott Turner about, and he keeps mentioning it. And I often think to myself, are other people taking note of that? When he says opportunity zones, are you looking and seeing where the opportunity zones are in your area? They're probably on the other side of town where you normally don't go. But one of the things that you get by opening something in an opportunity zone is you get, enhanced funding. You get all kinds of different perks and benefits just by opening in an opportunity zone. There are people who have opened like incubator businesses, with security because they're not in the best of neighborhoods, but you get benefits. And then you can just hang your shingle in that building and get all kinds of different opportunities in the opportunity zone. Are you looking those up? It's online. Doesn't cost you a dime. You can literally go opportunity zone and zip code, whatever, whatever, whatever. I hope today, as you saw some of this, it really stimulated you and in thought to grab it now. Don't wait. Don't wait. Trump's only here for 3 more years. We don't know what the future holds. You can see all the crap on X, and I just found it very interesting today that not a single question, not one question was about Epstein. And it was so funny, not funny, sad. I'm checking my messages and responding to people on X. And, we talked about the Melania movie the other day. We had Mark Beckman on. And then somebody says to me, well, so-and-so in the movie was on the list. Complete loser. And I don't even want to discuss things with people who are living their lives based upon a mention or whatever in some list. We're talking about a beautiful, cinematic, fantastic movie. And he's like, the directors, no, I don't. And neither do you. And it's not important to me. What's important to me is what Robin and Ashley, and I won't say the name, her husband and the grandkids, and even Lillian Midas, what we need to do to make sure our lives, we're living the best life. And I wish that for all of you. And so, no, I'm not spending time going through some million pages looking for a name. I'll leave that to other people. That ain't me. Yeah, Whoopi was on the list. I talked about that last night. I'm going to continue investing, and I'm getting ready to buy a car. No monthly payments, cash. Boom! Good for you. Good for you. Awesome. Have a great day, everyone. Absolutely. I'm going to have to go look up that woman and find out who she was. I want to see more about her. Wake up, my brothers and sisters. You are the kingdom of your destiny. Within you by God's Spirit, awaken and choose your individuality. Very nice. Thank you. That was a very nice thing to say. Very making my day. I hope so. I hope that definitely makes your day what you heard today. I didn't know it was going to turn out that way. I didn't know that President Trump, he looked surprised too. Like, come on up here. Can you come on up here? Yeah. And everybody was it was just flowing from them. Flowing. Hey, I lost my son, but you know what? I've got my daughter and she's doing fantastic. And I'm thinking, that's nothing but inspiration. And then people are going to turn on the channel tonight and look at something stupid. Nah, ain't going to do it. Let's see. It makes me happy that the blue rat governor of Colorado today wakes up and he has to explain why there's no jobs for the people in his state. Yeah. And that smug guy, I'm not going to forget that. Yeah, smug guy. Oh, man. I guess if you're just worried about, profit, you might want to leave. You think? you think you might want to leave? Oh, my goodness. That's too funny. All right, everybody. By the time we're done with the super chats and the after party, we're going to be at 4 hours. So I got to go. It's already 4:30. So unlikely we're going tonight because of how long this lasted. And then we've got the rally/speech tomorrow. I'll post about that, and so we can figure out what time that's going to be. I think SV told me they haven't posted the exact time, but it might be a 2:00 event. And if it's a 2:00 event, we'll look at going live at 1 or 1:30, and we'll take it from there. All right, so let me do today's super chats. When you forget your mic, we miss so much valuable information. Nope, I know what I said, and I just go right back to it. But anyway, it ain't gonna happen again. I got a light right in front of me, so that if I turn off the mic like this, the light tells me, oh, your mic's off, so I can know it come right back. It's okay, Barry. We enjoy your show. Thank you. Love the antics when you realize Mike was off. Pissed off. I was so pissed off. I can't even tell you how mad I was that happened. It won't happen again. Hire me, Barry. Will work for food. Barry, thank you for the financial inspiration. I found somewhere where I can buy silver monthly. Can you do a class on real estate investment? Yeah, I can do that. I've been thinking about doing it. In fact, I'm pretty much doing it with Ashley right now on a daily basis, and to a certain extent with Beth as well. So I'll do it maybe on a Zoom thing, so we don't get people pissed off on his channel and everything. Uh, Tim says, any unflattering sounds, just blame Midas. No, Midas is home. We don't let him come over here because if he came here, he'd be messing with the wires and everything else. But I could still blame it on him. Cat Black, smash the like. Thank you. Tim, what is the Dem end game? If America falls, they fall as well, right? It's insanity. I think their end game is they think that they're above it. I think they feel like they're the people who will control the Mad Max. When it comes to Thunderdome, they're the ones who are going to be deciding. Living in a castle somewhere. I don't know. It doesn't make any sense. Cutting edge. The people have to fear Tulsi because she doesn't talk at all. Quiet. Notice there's not a single leak of what the grand jury is working on. I want to make sure you understand it. There are two grand juries here in South Florida that have been impaneled, and nobody knows what they're doing. So all these people with their sources and everything else, I don't think you got the sources you think you got. So that's probably why they fear Tulsi. Making Blankenship for Fox lost $1 billion. Why are they not more engaged? I don't know. I guess they went all in on Savannah Guthrie, and now they're stuck. And so I can see them easing out of it, but too late. You lost too many people. Chiosop. A lot of these videos were shown back then, but no one was allowed to talk about them. I got kicked off of Facebook for 3 years. You're exactly right. We weren't even allowed to discuss it. We could not say YouTube used to put a warning. There is no such thing as election fraud. Maybe they'll put one in today. Who knows? Jankot, thank you. Chiosop, there was also a video where they backed up a paper shredding truck in the back of the polling station and were shredding ballots. Yep, I remember that. James Hammond, how do we fix 2020? I believe that it's not going to be fixed in normal courts. I believe it's going to be a matter of national security. I think that's why Maduro, I think that's why China, and I think Ukraine are very important to this whole story. Chiosop, eventually Kathy Hochul will do everything Mandami wants because it's everything the Democrat Party wants. She's just waiting to get reelected. The people in New York need to understand that and make sure that doesn't happen. Don't be fooled. Don't get fooled again. I think there was a song by a good rock band in England that said that one time. Don't get fooled again. I was going to do a trivia question, but never mind. Jerry, I very recommend that you get a mic that has a light to indicate when it is on. They use them in the White House. Nope, solved it. Got a light right there. It's going to be right in front of me. But thank you. Letitia, Barry, these are exciting times. Yes, sir, Trump. 4 more years. God bless us all and our beautiful country. Indeed. Trent Plaw, the future is so bright I have to wear shades. Exactly. Tim again, great event. Truth and love was spoken today. And I hope, in addition to truth and love, inspiration was spoken today. Hockey Gramps, one of the best Trump events I've ever seen. It was. I completely agree with you on that. And then Mary says, I love Black History Celebration with DJT. Black people who love him know he's not and never been a racist. Yeah, it kind of blew up that whole story this afternoon that they had I don't even know why that guy would have asked the question. It's funny. Somebody in the White House found an old tweet that he put up. The guy who asked the question, who called Trump a racist. He called Trump a racist. I don't know what the hell they were thinking. I don't know. Anyway, I will see you guys tomorrow. Big day tomorrow. Big day with I don't know if it's a rally. Might be somebody goes Roger Daltrey. Yep, exactly. Don't get fooled again. I don't know if it's a rally or just a speech or what. Oh, hold on one second. Somebody just answered the question. They looked it up. Hebrew 11:1 is a coffee shop. So she opened a coffee shop. She must have found a location where she could do that, and she opened a coffee shop. That's fantastic, fantastic. I'm gonna have to look her up. I gotta find out. Yep. Somebody Chrome Dome says we won't get fooled again. That was the Who. Yep. Exactly. That's who it was. That's who it was. All right, everybody. Talk to you guys tomorrow.